Are we off? Oh, am I? Okay, so currently underway, we have the men's hammer. On the Oxford side, we have Stuart Humble, who's coming into this with a best of 29.75. He's at Wolfson. We also have Bonner Sullivan of St Edmund Hall, also with a best of 28.09, set this year. On the Cambridge side, we have Marley Young of Trinity, who has a best set this year of 34.66. And the clear favourite is going to be Robin Croft with a best of 45.72, which is over the blue standard set from previous year, and a best this year of 44.16 metres. So Robin will definitely be looking to take his first varsity match win of his career with QAC. In the second team, we have James Tufnell of Kellogg College, who has a best of 23.04, along with Max Hubner, who does not have a mark to his name, so everything to play for there. And the Cambridge seconds are made up of James Meach with a best of 24.71 and Will Stiles of 18.28. We will let you know when we have news to update you with the results from the men's hammer.
Mike, so it's just like right next to cheater. It needs to be right. You had it sort of down.
So the men's pole vault is just getting started, and for the Oxford's blue side, we have Jake Watson from Brasenose with a season's best of 4 meters 85. Then we have Nicholas Smart, who has not jumped yet this season. On the Cambridge side, we have Daniel Roffey with 370 season's best, and Ilya Carey from Jesus with a 290 season's best. For the second team match, Jinsun Liu leads the field. However, he does not have a current season's best, but his PB is 3 meters 60. We have James Odwell from St Edmunds Hall with a season's best of 2 meters 30. And then on the Cambridge side, we have Isaac Fernandez from Magdalen with a 2:33 season's best, and Nikhil Shah, who also has a 2 meter 33 season's best from St John's.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they started. We're after round 3 to hammer. Then we'll do like a halfway results update.
Do we have any results, or do you want?
Yeah, we've got live results.
Oh, we have live results. Oh, fantastic. Oh,
Right.
okay.
I don't know if you want to.
I'll just introduce the long
You
jump.
can see them on the screen.
I'll introduce the long jump, and then we'll.
Okay, yeah. The long jump into round 2 now.
I'll get the camera on the long side.
Okay, also underway, we have the men's long jump. On the Oxford side, we have Sandy Macaulay, who has a best of 6:89 and a current season's best of 6:52. On the Oxford side, we have Jude Bright Davis, who has a personal best of 6:86 but no marks set currently this year. Of those two, Sandy is probably the man in the better form and looks likely to win the whole match, unless we have something extraordinary from the Cambridge side, of whom we have Morgan Treasure of Robinson with a best of 6:51 and a season's best of 6:03, and Ryan Morgan of Christ's with a personal best of 6:09 and a best set this year of 5:81. In the second team, on Oxford side, we have Adam Coates of St Anne's with a personal best of 6:42 and a season's best of 6:28, and Timothy Long of Wadham with a personal best of 5:88 and a season's best of 5:65. Cambridge have Baker Lebuama of Clare with 5:21 personal and season's best, and Seb Mobus of Emma, who has a personal best of 5:79 but no marks set currently this year. So looking very strong from Oxford all the way through the first team and the second team there. Okay, and we can bring you some results after the fourth round of the men's hammer. So in first place, as expected, we have Robin Croft, who has once again thrown the blue standard, well over the blue standard, with what is in fact a personal best of 45.77 metres, and followed up by Marley Young, the second of the Cambridge Blues athlete, who has also thrown another personal best of 36.66. So well done to both of those two. On the UACs, we then, in third and fourth place, we have the two Oxford Blues athletes. So in third place, we have Bonner Sullivan, who has thrown another personal best of 33.25, and followed up by Stuart Humble in fourth place with a mark of 29.25, which is a season's best. So well done to those guys for each having, three of them having a personal best and a season's best in the through the fourth round.
started to rain.
So while everything has paused for a couple of minutes as we wait for the downpour to pass, we're going to give you a quick update on the long jump. So after 2 rounds, leading the way is Sandy Macaulay of Oxford with a jump of 6 metres 65, followed closely by Jude Bright Davies of Oxford with a jump of 6 metres 55. Next up is Adam Coates of the Oxford second team with 6 metres 30. Chasing him is Morgan Treasure of QAC with a jump of 6 metres 11. Then is Timothy Leong of the Oxford second team with a jump of 5 metres 88, followed by Baker with 5.84 and Seb Mobus of Cambridge's second team with a jump of 5.54, while Ryan Morgan of Cambridge's first team has yet to score a mark. There is currently a swimming pool forming on the track. I would not want to run the 400 hurdles in this weather. Before everyone ran for shelter in the men's pole vault, opening heights of 2 metres 20 were cleared by James Odwell of Oxford, Isaac Fernandez of Cambridge and Ilya Carey of Cambridge. So that's a great start for all 3 athletes. So the rain has just stopped and we're going to read a couple of comments from all of you guys engaging with us on the live stream. We've got one commenter says, less rain, more pole vault, less rain, more long jump. I can definitely get behind both of those sentiments. Pole vault is just a vertical long jump, matey. Yeah, I like that logic. I think that's quite smart. Long jump is just an easy pole vault. That's pretty good. Well, they're all coming out from under the pole vault roof, and people are running up and down the track again. So hopefully we'll be getting started again soon, and the Great British weather plays along. We've also just had a request for a shout out for Adit Rajiv, the newest blue. Well done, Adit Rajiv. Adit's also in the chat. Okay. Waiting for it to start. Me too. We're all eagerly awaiting the start of events again. The end of the rain.
had a big row with the Bucks commentator about that.
Right. Well, they would love with African violet.
Oh no.
Careful, they hate that. We're fine.
Right, Mike, is this right?
There's no microphone here, is there?
Okay.
Has this got a microphone?
So we've just come out the other side of a fairly big rainstorm, but looks like we're ready to go with the women's 4 hurdles. Can only see 6 athletes out on the track at the moment. So we've got a shout out from Emmeline to her sister Christina running the 4 hurdles after coming back from injury in the midst of a tough few weeks of medicine exams. Can definitely relate to that one. Hard training plus exams is not always the easiest thing to balance, but feels like everyone's out here on a level playing field. So running you through the start list from the Blues match, we've got Ella Sharrock from Oxford, Joy Lindsay from Cambridge, Christina Okafor from Cambridge, and Claire Hammett from Oxford. Okay. So because there's only 6 athletes across the 2 matches, rather than normal 8, there's a bit of confusion at the start about whether we're going to run this as 1 or 2 races.
No, we need to do it as 2 races.
I've just heard from the officials that it is going to be running on 2 separate races. Not a fun time if you're one of the athletes competing. You've timed your warm-up to perfection. You can't wait to stop being nervous when the gun goes, but you're just being held for longer on the line.
Yeah. So we switched to pole vault until already. Yeah.
So just a quick update on the men's pole vault while we wait. Nikhil Shah of Cambridge. Oh, sorry, James Odwell and Ilya Carey and James Odwell and Ilya Carey of Oxford and Cambridge respectively have both cleared 2:30. So, and I think is Nikhil Shah. Has he? No, he hasn't jumped yet. Isaac Fernandez is on the runway, and he's just failed that height. So we'll try and bring you up to speed with the rest of those.
Looks like it's very much going to be one of those days at a track meet with 10 minutes after the torrential downpour, the sun just poking through. All the waterproof jackets are off, apart from some of the officials. Harry, do you want to go and pan around?
Maybe the next time you can follow it.
I'll just talk about things that you're looking at.
I don't know how easy it is to just.
Yeah. Mr. Wilcox needs a close-up.
Well, we can go into
Wait, this isn't...
Guys kind of standing quite tactically in a way. I might mention something to him for annoyingly.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So that's cool.
About to get ready for the 400 hurdles for the ladies. No, we're not. A bit longer.
Harry, can we get some more footage of Mr. Wilcox? What could I vault? Well, my high jump PB is 110, but I only did that because KJT was watching when I did it. So maybe 130, maybe. Yeah. I've watched Duplantis pole vault quite a lot. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Taking a look around at the fashion on offer today, it's very different to your average BMC. Not so many Nike tracksuits, much more of the dark blue and the light blue from the athletes, and some more garden party style attire from some of the alumni.
So a quick update on the long jump, seeing as we have many long jump enthusiasts in the live chat. It is a very, very, very tight competition with only 1 centimetre separating the top two athletes who are both from Oxford. Jude Bright Davies is leading with 6 meters 66, and Sandy Macaulay is second with 6 meters 65. Sandy Macaulay is going to have to claw back that centimetre if he would like to go for his third win today. Up to round 3, and Oxford seem to be dominating this men's long jump.
Some of the 4 hurdles athletes really struggling to cope with this waiting period. A few of them have just been over the first few hurdles, just trying to keep the legs ticking over. Mr. Wilcox is out there now. The amazing combination of the chino shorts, the waistcoat, and the bandana reminiscent of the Sundance Kid. Just looking through Strava, I've got some updates from one of the athletes who's about to compete in this race. Claire, who's competing for Oxford in the Blues team, had this to say: ready to look good on the live stream. The dark blue is running through my bloodstream. So, on her little shakeout run, she was obviously feeling pretty confident about this.
So for those of you who haven't watched one of these varsity matches before, I'm going to give a quick rundown of what the different uniforms mean. So the Cambridge's first team will be wearing all white. Cambridge's second team will be wearing the blue top and the black shorts. Meanwhile, Oxford Blues athletes are wearing the dark blue top and the white shorts, and the second team are wearing the blue top with the white stripe and the black shorts. So keep an eye out for the athletes in the white shorts because they will be running very, very fast.
We have our first track event
Ox,
underway.
very even going over the first hurdle. Oxford on the outside, Cambridge chasing. Oxford over the second hurdle with a slight lead. Oxford hit the third hurdle very hard, but still be seeming to be able to maintain that lead. Again into that hurdle first. So it's Emma Clark leading this one into halfway. She's running blind on the outside. She's probably got a second over the Cambridge athlete. What's Penelope got in this home straight then? She's got about a second and a half to make up. A real stutter from the Oxford athlete before that hurdle. The Cambridge athlete a little bit more full of running, but she's got a lot of ground to make up. This looks like it's Oxford's race. Penelope able to take some time to appreciate the applause. So first blood on the track goes to Oxford.
A win for Emma Clark there of Oxford. We now have the Blues racers putting their blocks in.
Okay, the women's Blues 4 hurdles under starters orders now. From the inside, we have Oxford in lane 4, then Cambridge, Oxford, and Cambridge on the outside. The two Oxford athletes opting for the standing start. Cambridge both settling into their blocks now. One of the Oxford athletes is talking. And we're underway. Better start from the two Cambridge athletes.
For Oxford, we have Claire Hammett for Oxford, we have Martha Stevens for Cambridge, and
Cambridge.
Christina Ackerford for Cambridge.
Cambridge rising first on the first barrier. The two Cambridge athletes seem to be developing a pretty dominant lead in the early stages of this race.
Cambridge taking out quite
Joy
a
Lindsay
halfway point.
has taken up the stagger on everyone on her outside. And it's her who leads into the second half of the race. Christina Okafor on her outside isn't letting that gap grow too much, but as the stagger unfolds, we're going to see that Lindsay has a big lead coming into the home straight. The two Oxford athletes are almost a barrier behind now. Lindsay now into the final strides with a 10-stride lead on Okafor. Lindsay first and Okafor second.
Christina Ackerford coming across the line second.
And now the Oxford athlete, Hammett, comes across, stopping the watch like a true distance runner.
121 for fourth place.
I can see that Hammett did record that on her Garmin, so head over to Strava to see what that race looks like as a GPX format.
Okay, we can now bring you final results of the men's varsity match hammer. So the first team's match was won by Robin Croft with a distance of 45.77, which is a personal best and once again over the blue standard. Rounding up second was Marley Young, also of QAC, who got another personal best of 36.66. And then unchanged from the fourth round in third and fourth are Bonner Sullivan and Stuart Humble of UAC with 33.25 and 29.96 respectively. Then winning the second team match was Will Stiles of the Alverstones with a mark of 26.02, followed by James Tufnell of the Centipedes, which is Oxford's second team, with a mark of 25.71. Then the second Alverstones athlete, James Meach, with 25.10, and then rounding out the final 8 was Max Hubner of the Centipedes with a mark of 16.44.
While we await the
So by popular request, we are going to bring you a long
we
jump
have
update.
a special award to give out, which is the Achilles Medal
So
2019.
Jude Bright-Davies has extended his lead over Sandy Macaulay and is now leading. It's still tight, still 5 centimetres. But Sandy Macaulay is going to have to work very, very hard if he would like to win his third varsity match. Third is Adam Coates of Oxford. Fourth, Morgan Treasure of Cambridge. Fifth, Timothy Leong down with 5.88. He is also of Oxford. Then we have Baker Lubwama with 5.84 of Cambridge. Ryan Morgan of Cambridge, 5.67, and Seb Mobus of Cambridge with 5.54. And we are into the fourth round. So if Sandy Macaulay would like to win his third varsity match, he only has 2 jumps left to do it.
So a big moment out at trackside for any true distance fans. Matt Leach has just been presented to the crowd. The multiple time representative of the Great Britain team over the 10,000 metres, and also the world record holder for the father-son half marathon, which he holds with his dad, where I think Matt ran about 63 for a half marathon, and his dad running around 70 minutes at the Houston half marathon a couple of years ago. But yeah, that really puts into perspective the distance pedigree that he comes from. Men's mile, I predict Pete Cameron having a very bad day. There's been lots of chat about the special assistance that he might be affording people and trying to get them under 4 minutes for the mile. So if he tries to run that pace for as far as he can, then his last 2 laps of that race are going to be pretty emotional for him. But I think, given that Miles Weatherseed has done what we always knew Miles Weatherseed would do, it's left things pretty open for Jeremy Dempsey in the men's mile. In the 5K. The women's 5K. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research about who's in the women's 5K before I comment on that. There's been lots of chopping and changing of the teams. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a grudge match here with Lucy Thompson, formerly of Cambridge, representing the Oxford Blues team, followed by Alex Shipley, also in the Oxford Blues. Then we've got Lucy Brown for the Millipedes, the Oxford Seconds. Libby Brown and Ella Fennelly in the Cambridge Seconds, and Sophie Wilson for the Cambridge Blues team. Certainly, I think Sophie Wilson is going to be the high variance athlete in that race. I've watched her a lot this season, racing for the first time on the track, and she She never holds back. She always goes out at PB pace, if not considerably faster. She ran a long way. I think she got to a lap to go in a 5K in a BMC meeting on about 16:30, 16:20 pace. So if she's carried that kind of form through to today, I think we can expect a fast time from her. I struggle to see if she runs anything close to that. I struggle to see anyone else being able to go with her. Okay. So the results from the women's seconds 400-meter hurdles. Emma Clark taking the win for the Millipedes in 80 seconds, 0.65, with Penelope Batty for the Alligators coming in second in 85.8. We're a smidge behind with the track schedule because of the downpour earlier. But Mr. Wilcox is now well armed with an umbrella to go with the rest of his ensemble. And he's looking ready to start off the men's 400-meter hurdles second team race. From the Centipedes, the Oxford second team, we have Ben Holdsworth and Blake Strickland Bennett. And from the Alverstons, the Cambridge second team, we have Joe Jolens and Peter Malloy. Peter Malloy, interestingly, when I've been in Cambridge, has been training very much for the distance events. And I think if you look at the athletes, he is very much the ideal specimen of a long distance runner rather than a medium sprinter. But he is very good over a steeplechase barrier, and I think those skills obviously going to be applicable here. Ben Holdsworth will not be taking the start. The Cambridge athlete on the outside, crouching without blocks. Oxford in the blocks between the Cambridge athletes, and Malloy with the distance runners start. And off they go. Malloy getting a surprisingly good start. But the other two on his outside are well ahead as they get into the first barrier. Strickland Bennett is taking a commanding lead down the back straight. It's very noticeable these men jumping much higher than the ladies earlier in the day. And some of the athletes stuttering as they land after the hurdles. But Strickland Bennett is incredibly quick between the hurdles. 3/4 of a hurdle ahead of both the Cambridge athletes. Strickland Bennett over the last hurdle now. Was never really in doubt. He's ecstatic with that. Cambridge runners coming across now, several seconds behind. Malloy coming in 70 to 71 seconds. A pace that he could probably maintain over the flat for 6 or 7 laps.
Okay, just warming up currently is the women's hammer. The outstanding athlete in the field is Phoebe Baggett of Oxford, who has a personal best of 57 metres, which is 19 metres over the blue standard. Phoebe was a finalist at the British Championships in 2020, so she'll be looking for the win in that competition. On the Cambridge side, we have Cara James with a personal best of 41.44, and Bridget Fryer with a personal best and season's best of 33.29. And the Oxford first team is rounded out by Chimdi Okpalauko, who doesn't have a mark recorded in the hammer. In the second team, for Cambridge, we have Emily Baker Thurston with a personal best and season's best of 26.85, and Kira Messenger with a personal best and season's best of 24.11. And neither of the Oxford second team athletes in the women's hammer have a mark recorded. So the Cambridge team won't know quite what to expect from them, but we have Iris May Morse of St Hugh's and Eleanor Butt of Worcester. Looking forward to a good competition in the women's hammer.
Okay, into round 6 in the long jump after a lot of passes and no marks in round 5. And it looks like it's going to be a victory for Jude Bright Davies with a 6.70 jump over Sandy Macaulay, also of Oxford, with 6.65. Oxford look pretty dominant in this men's long jump. They've got their Blues athletes leading in positions 1 and 2, and they've got one of their second team athletes in position 3. Cambridge, however, still have 1 round left to go, so if they can pull something miraculous out the bag, who knows what can happen.
No, so it's the men's Blues 400-meter hurdles. Yeah. But I think the big news is that we have soon-to-be Olympian Louise Shanahan moping about in front of the camera. Yeah. Just about. Yeah, so I think it's like we're waiting for the final 100% confirmation, but yeah. No. we as in, yeah, the fans. Yeah. But no, yeah, it's been yeah, I always thought I'd make a good coach as well, but I think I need to be a bit more grizzled first. Need to get that. Yeah. Need to develop those really gaunt, hollowed out cheekbones to give myself some credibility as a coach. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a new for fans of athletics in general, but new qualification system for the Olympics this year, where they'll take athletes with the time, but then you can also get points based on rankings where you finish in races. Yes. Yeah. 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 So if you beat good people, they'll take you. Yeah. 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 Absolute legend. Okay. So the 4 hurdles, first team race, under starters' orders, as the rain begins to drive in their faces again. A few spectators running for cover. Sam Clark for Cambridge is in lane 6. He's just returned from British champs. Moranga has also just come back from British champs, apparently. And they're off. Even starts from them all. The Cambridge athlete on the inside has been left behind. The other three rise simultaneously on the first barrier. But it looks like Clark. Yeah. Clark and Moranga, very even deep into this race now. Coming up to halfway. It looks like Moranga might have taken advantage of being on the inside and taking up that stagger a little bit. But Clark's fighting back now, fighting back as they come round the top bend. He's running blind still, but he's going to see Moranga on his inside coming into this home straight. They're very even. Clark rises first over that barrier as they come round the turn. Now with 2 to go, Clark leads by a stride. Moranga's coming back hard at him into this final barrier. They carry it together, they both stutter. Clark fights hard, he fights hard, and he gets there first. That swung both ways as the race developed. But Clark fought hard and fought off that temptation to stumble as he came over that last barrier. It looked like both of them could have fallen. A great race.
Just a message to those that have already been tasked with.
It's easy to think that in a sprinting event like this, it's just about. Oh, right. Yeah. Clark looking pretty distressed still, but there's a smile on his face. He's being summoned over for an interview. Sam, is there anything you want to say before I start asking awkward questions?
It's a bad race.
What was bad about that? It looked pretty good to me.
I marked my stride pattern up, stuttered into the ninth hurdle. First time I've done it all year. Bad race to do it, but oh well.
You fought, despite that, I mean, it was great for us all to watch, and you fought well. So the ninth hurdle, how many is that from the end?
Second from the end.
Second from the end, okay. Because it seemed like both of you came over that the final one simultaneously. Was there a moment there you thought it was in doubt, or did you think you always had him?
When I was stuttered into the ninth hurdle, I was like, this is bad. But I always have strong finish, so I was able to put it back. Yeah.
Well, Sam, that was a real treat for us all to watch, and yeah, congrats with that win. Might not have been technically perfect, but one for the fans. Yeah, yeah. So that camera is running. So it's the women's 800 coming up. I've got my expert analyzer, Liam Smith, with me, and he's going to talk me through the Oxford setup.
So for Oxford, we've got in the seconds, probably Aliska Fiebragovra, whose name I've probably butchered, and in the blues we've got
Definitely, but
we've got Alex Brown and Nancy Bowley, who I mean, Alex and Nancy are both running really well now. It should be Alex who's the leader of the two of them, but we will see.
At the moment we have the women's hammer on the infield, and we have
Alex might be running the 1500 or the mile. Nancy, I'm pretty sure, is running just this. Or maybe this.
yeah, so that is an issue that you run into in dual meets like this. Is it's not about the individual athlete performances. They're not going to be optimizing necessarily for one event, but trying to spread their effort across multiple events to get as many points for the team as they can. Having said that, there has been some big chat in the Cambridge camps about sub-4 attempts and meeting records. So we've got that to look forward to in the men's blues 800 coming up, with two very spicy boys in the paddock at the moment, Harry Cox and Angus Hamilton. having hairy boy summers to remember if there ever was such a thing. Much faster than Tom Lamont as well. I reckon Tom Lamont could run a much quicker 20 miler than Harry Cox, but oh wow. So, oh no, our start sheet is showing only one woman in the seconds 800 meters. I can only see one Cambridge seconds vest out there, only one alligator. For the first time today as well, I think we've got some dragonflies, the controversial shoe technology on show from both Angus Harrington and Harry Cox of Cambridge. I've just been corrected there. They are actually Zoom victories, which I'm sure are importantly different for some reason.
You'll be forgiven for thinking that you were against shoe technology.
Oh, I'm all for shoe technology. I'm just not good enough to justify buying them yet. The rain coming down a bit harder now. People beginning to look skeptical. Some of the distance runners resisting. Harry Cox is being staunch in his refusal to accept that it's raining. He's a big man. He's still out there. He's ready to go. The start time is on the schedule, and he will be in the blocks. That was a very short shower. It's fading away now.
Yes, so on the field right now, we've got the women's high jump. I'm going to pass it over to someone who's going to introduce people for that.
Thank you. So just warming up now in what are less than ideal conditions for high jump are the men. And on Oxford's blue side, we've got Christopher Everett of Keble College with a season's best of 1m80. Maranga Mokaya, who has not got a season's best but has jumped 190 in the past, so he will be one to look out for. On Cambridge's blue side, we have Daniel Roffey, who has a season's best of 190 and a personal best of 195. And topping off what looks to be a very strong Cambridge side is Ethan Sorrell of Gonville and Keys with a season's best of 1m83 and a personal best of 1m95. The second team match will be just as exciting. We've got Adam Coates of Oxford, who is at St Anne's College, who has not got a season's best, but he's got a personal best of 1m80. We've got Jinsun Liu, who, if I remember correctly, is also in the pole vault. So here we have somebody who is clearly a very, very springy person. He's not got a season's best or a personal best, so he will have a record-beating day today, no matter what. And then for Cambridge, we have Adam Goldney with a season's best of 158 and Keys Lee with no season's best.
Okay, so the women's 800 are under starters orders. We have 5 in this race because the second team athlete from Cambridge will run with the Blues race. She is starting on the outside. From the inside, we have soon-to-be Olympian Louise Shalahan, the class of the field. We've
got Alex Brown in lane 2, the stronger of the 2 Oxford runners, 210 PB.
Outside of her, in lane 4, Lucy Carson from Cambridge.
And in lane 4, we've got Nancy Bowley, who's got a 215 PB from St Hugh's College.
That's actually lane 5. They're in the blocks now. And they're away. Starting in lanes for the first 200 meters, Shalahan has already taken up the stagger on every single athlete outside her. Yeah, she's into a 5-meter lead.
Nancy and Alex are taking closer order with the Cambridge seconds runner, who's gone out quite hard, with the Cambridge Blues runner second, or B-string Cambridge Blues runner just sitting about 5 meters back.
Shalahan now into a 25-meter lead, coming up to the 200-meter point.
Alex Brown and Nancy Bowley sitting maybe 15 meters back now. 29 seconds through 200 apparently.
Shanahan really striding away from the field now, really into her running.
Shanahan may be going for the match record, which is...
Potentially. Can we have a look at our program? What's the match record?
Is 208? 208.
Okay, coming up to the bell now. 57, 58, 59, 60, 61.
Through the bell.
Shanahan threw in 61. To put that in context, that's 15 seconds for 4 consecutive 100 meters. Go try that this afternoon and see how easy that sounds.
Alex Brown coming through in about 65 seconds, which looks good for a bout on PB pace. Nancy Bowley just holding in front of the 2 Cambridge runners at the back.
This is interesting now at the back because Lucy Carson did not go out as strongly as the other 3 in front of her, and she could come strong later in this race to pick them off. At least 2 of those are under threat.
600 about for Shanahan, 131, 132.
So can we confirm 208 as the match record?
Apparently, I thought he's got one past that transatlantic. 149.
He's got to run at 18 seconds for the last 100. That's well within Louise's capabilities.
And behind her, we've got Alex Brown and Nancy Bowley coming in for second and third, it looks like. Cambridge 203, 204, 205, 206, 207. And that will be a match record.
And Brown coming through now. A brilliant run in her own right. 214.
Nancy just holding off the Cambridge runner. 218. Cambridge runner 221. And Lucy Carson coming through in about 227.
Shake of the head as Carson came across the line.
So following on from this, we're going to have the 800-meter men. We're running about 20 minutes behind schedule right now, at least. In this, we've got Harry Cox and Angus Harrington for the light blues, and Ben Waterman and Leon Wheeler for the dark blues. So Angus and Harry both boasting season's best sub 150. Oh, we're going to have the seconds first. Sorry. Yeah, we are. We are going to have the seconds first.
I can only see 4 800-meter runners out there. No, there's 2. There's 2 for the B match.
We've got Robert Anderson and 616 Jonathan Nash. So Rob Anderson, who's run 2 minutes. Leon Wheeler's going to be in the blues. Robert Anderson has run 200.3 this year, with Jonathan Nash running 205.3. So it should be a close race with Oxford going in slight favourites. 1v1 race is going to be even more tactically interesting than a 2v2 race. Expect this to go slow and then speed up.
Oh, do we have 2 on 1 actually?
Oh, we've got 2 on 1.
2 on 1.
So we've also got Connor O'Prey, Cambridge runner, running season's best 206.8. So this is going to be very, very interesting.
I think it is sometimes easy to overemphasize the tactical nature of middle distance running, especially at this standard. There can be a lot of talk, a lot of plans going into the race, but like if someone's faster than you, it makes it very, very difficult. That's how these Oxford Blues boys are certainly going to be feeling. Looking at not 1 but 2 sub 150 this season runners from Cambridge.
Ben Waterman, who's been training under Jeff Whiteman, I believe, could be fancying his chances here. I think there is an upset potentially planned.
There was the Cambridge boys are certainly not they're confident, but they're not complacent. They were not being complacent. They understand the threat of the unknown
business student, Ben Waterman. He's here for business.
Okay, the men's second team, 800 meters. fidgeting now. Those last
On the
pre-race
starters'
nerves
orders.
up to the line. Cambridge on the inside, Oxford next, and Cambridge on the outside. And they're off.
Strong start from Jonathan Nash. Bursts out the blocks.
Is that Nash on the inside?
Yeah, it's Nash on the inside, 6-1-6. Connor O'Prey also sitting up level. They're coming to the break nicely in line. Robert Anderson now taking the lead down the back straight.
Yeah, interesting talking about tactics. No one definitively wanted to take that lead. And as we see, as very often we see in middle distance races, a quick start and then slowing into the second 100 meters.
30 seconds through the first 200.
So only the same pace as the women's race through halfway
A quarter
of
the
the
way.
first lap. But this is not about time. This is about competing against the people out there on the day and getting to that finish line first.
Nash on the front with Anderson just sitting in behind.
So here we go.
58, 59, 60, 61, 62 at the bell.
Nash seems to be labouring at the front a little bit more than the other two.
Anderson seems sitting at the back looking quite comfortable, with Connor O'Prey also looking very good.
The stride of O'Prey is looking very promising. But this isn't about looking good.
Nash
is gapping them.
extending down the back straight. They're closing up on him.
The ungainly, hard-working style of Nash.
Very.
He's been reeled back in.
131, 132 through 600. So they've run 30 seconds for that 200. This is going to be very similar paced into the women's.
The two Cambridge athletes in the lead, but Oxford looking dangerous, ready to pounce in that home straight.
Ready on the home straight. Here we go.
He's got to get around both of them. Anyone could win this.
O'Prey driving down the home straight, and Anderson closing. Anderson seeming to take the lead just in the dying straights, and he drives through the line. 2:02. Anderson just beating out O'Prey on the line. Nash
Really
paying the price for the early first or early leading.
Really quality. Having had a long season of time trials and people trying to run times. Really, really good to see a proper race to the line in that second team 800.
Two athletes fighting through the last 20 metres. Exactly what we're hopefully going to be seeing in this Blues race.
And I've been made to eat my words a little bit when it comes to the importance of tactics, because that was a fantastic tactical performance from the Oxford runner. Never took the front until the last 40 metres. It's the place to be if you're feeling good, just behind. Let them do the work. And then blow past them. Don't give them a chance to respond. The two Cambridge Blues 800-metre runners now.
We're just
trying to give the impression of relaxation.
The rain has stopped coming, so they're looking like it's going to be a clear race for these 800 runners, but they're all looking pumped and ready on the start line. We're all really excited about this race. It's one of the highlights of the match programme. So looking forward to some fast times and some big kicks.
I don't think Harry Cox is planning on kicking. Harry Cox goes out hard. That's how he does things.
I think the Oxford guys might be planning on a kick. What are the little blue ribbons on the Cambridge vests?
Exactly as you've just described them. I think they're little blue ribbons.
Is there any purpose behind them, or just they're Cambridge blue and on a white?
Tradition, yeah. I think it's as the whole day is. It's just a throwback from the 140x iteration history of this meeting. Yeah, with the plain white outfits and
brilliant.
Yeah. So I think it's probably from when you wouldn't have been able to embroider the insignia. You would have to physically attach it.
Brilliant.
Okay. The men's Blues team. 800 metres under starters' orders. And they're off. Harrington ends his elongated stride. Cox on the inside, more busy in his running.
Ben's hanging on to the front group.
The two Cambridge athletes, 1 and 2, then Oxford close behind, and the second Oxford athlete distanced already by 20 metres.
So there's 3 people in the race at the front at the moment. It's looking unlikely that the second Oxford guy is going to make it back into this race. But
Harrington through halfway in 28 seconds. That's slow for him.
So it looks like the race is going Ben's way. So they could see a sit and kick here. Nice and slow start for these athletes.
Interesting to see Harrington choosing to take the lead from the start. Is he trying to set the pace for Cox, or is he going to try and not let anyone past him? Through halfway in 56 seconds. That's comfortable for these boys who are used to going through a couple of seconds quicker. But Harrington hasn't been running recently with an injury concern, and he's looking to be working hard. Cox looking much easier behind.
Ben's hanging on to this front group. They're starting to gap a little bit, but if he can hang on in there, he's got a kick in him. So as we come up to the final 200 metres, there's all to play for in this race here.
I've got Cox looking very good. The Oxford athlete also moving well, but working a little bit harder. And coming into 200 to go, Cox goes past Harrington. He really threw in an explosive kick there.
They're coming back to him, though, in the final bend. Cox is still out in front.
Once again, it's a fight down the home straight in this 800 metres. Cox driving hard with the arms. Harrington looking ungainly, his head lopping to one side, but he's holding strong for that second place. As Cox finishes it off, 152, celebrates through the line. Another great race. Was not decided until the last 40 metres. The Oxford wildcard, unable to feature in that race. But we'll have to have a chat with some of the boys. I think that threat of someone who has run 147 might have been in the back of these boys' minds.
So after a stunning 1-2 from Cambridge there in the men's 800, we're going to bring you a roundup of the results from the men's long jump. In first place was Jude Bright-Davies of Oxford with a 6.70 jump, followed by Sandy Macaulay of Oxford with a 6.65, Adam Coates of Oxford with 6.30, then Morgan Treasure of Cambridge in fourth with a 6.21 jump, Timothy Leong of Oxford with a 5.88 jump. In sixth was Baker Lebuama of Cambridge with a 5.84 jump. In seventh, Ryan Morgan of Cambridge with a 5.67 jump. And in last place, Tom Fisher of Cambridge with a 5.54 jump. So a dominant win for Oxford there in the men's long jump. So over to the men's pole vault, and they have had absolutely horrid conditions. So a massive well done for just getting out there and getting going. We have currently in the lead Nicholas Smart of Oxford, who had cleared 290 on his first go. In second place, we have Ilya Carey of Cambridge, who has cleared 280 on his second attempt and is now looking to clear 2 meters 90 on his third attempt. Will he do it or not? That's the question. James Odwell of Oxford was out at 250. Jinson Liu out at 240 and Isaac Fernandez of Cambridge out at 220. And yet to enter the competition are Daniel Roffey of Cambridge and Jake Watson of Oxford. So it will be exciting to see what those two men can produce. So the results are coming thick and fast here, and we have got in the women's hammer, Phoebe Baggett is leading as expected with a throw of 53.66. In fact, it has finished. There was a record, I'm told, in the first round Presumably a Phoebe Baggett's 53.66. So that is incredible, and a big well done to Phoebe. In second place, the best of the rest was Cara James from Cambridge with a throw of 39 metres 42. That's also not to be sniffed at. In third place, Bridget Fryer of QAC with a throw of 32.71, followed by Kira Messenger of Cambridge, 27.48, and Iris May Morse of Oxford, 21.09. After what was a very exciting men's long jump, we've got the women's long jump next, which promises to be just as good a competition, if not better, because for Oxford, we have got Adana Ekoku with a personal best of 5 metres 64 and a season's best of 5 metres 29. And then also on Oxford's Blues team, we have Polly Matton with a season's best and personal best of 5 metres 28. And I am told that she is aiming for the Paralympics later this summer. So best of luck to Polly, and let's hope she can get a PB in today's competition. On the other side, for the Cambridge Blues, we've got Mary Adeniji, who has jumped 5.53 or 5.62 with wind so far this season, has a PB of 5.65. She also goes in the triple jump later today and was in third place at Bucks for that 2 years ago. So she is a very, very good competitor and should not be ignored. Second Blues athlete for Cambridge is Charlotte Ellis, who goes to Jesus College, who has jumped 4.91 so far this season, but has a 5 metres 32 PB. Then in the second team match, we have Zoe Marshall of St Edmund Hall, Oxford, who has not got a season's best, but has jumped a PB of 5 metres 22. Eniola Awadia of Exeter, who has not jumped yet this season, in fact does not have a personal best, so no matter what happens, rain or shine, she will have a good day. And on Cambridge's second team, we have Magda Chinchala of Trinity, who has jumped 4.78 so far this season, but boasts a personal best of 5 metres 13, and Irina Ferapontova, who will also go in the triple jump later, and has jumped 4.13 so far this season, but has a personal best of 4.48. The sun has just come out for these ladies, so things are looking up, and let's hope the afternoon can produce some good personal bests.
Got the rest of the track results if you want them. I don't know if you want to do them on McGregor. Four hurdles and 800.
So everyone else appears to be on lunch break, so I think I'll tidy up the track results while we're waiting for the 100-metre races. So for the 400-metre hurdles, Women's Blues was won by Joy Lisney of Cambridge in a time of 1:07.6. Second was Christina Okafor of Cambridge in a time of 1:10.8. Third was Claire Hammett of Oxford in a time of 1:18.5. And fourth was Ella Sharrock of Oxford in a time of 1:22.2. So very dominant performances from the Cambridge women there. Now over to the men's 400-metre hurdles. For the second match, Blake Strickland Bennett won it in a time of 58.72. Second was Joe Jollins of Cambridge in a time of 1:05.17. Third was Peter Molloy of Cambridge in a time of 1:10.18. And last, well, with a did not start, was Ben Holdsworth of Oxford. So only 3 athletes going in that race. As for the men's blues, as was to be expected, Sam Clark took it in a time of 53.24, however, much, much tighter than expected, as Maranga Makoya of Oxford runs 53.6. Incredibly fast times from both of those athletes, but just taken by Sam Clark after the final hurdle. In third place was Marco Siniskalki of Oxford in a time of 56.54. And in fourth place, Joe Mitchell of QAC in a time of 1:21. Great friendship between him and Sam Clark, so wonderful to see them both in that race.
We'll do the results and then we'll talk.
I'll let you do. Do you want to do the results for 800 or?
Yeah.
You're probably more knowledgeable.
Do you ever run an 800 McGregor?
Yeah, I've run an 800 before. Yeah, I've run 2 flat. I've run 2 flat twice. I actually have some complaints to make about an Oxford runner in 200 in 800 meter races. The guy who went to UCL, he was a good 800 runner. Not Louis Rawlins. Hugo Fleming. There we go. He sat on me league meet. I was like, I'm gonna break 2 today, and he just sat on me the whole way through the wind and came past me with 50 to go. I ran 2 flat 7. No, exactly. What's he doing? He's a 150 guy. He's a 150 guy. He could have jogged 148, 158, and beaten me and got me to a time, but he didn't. So that's why I haven't broken 2. Anyway, onto the results from the women's 800 meters race, which was combined. Louise Shanahan with that commanding victory and match record in 2:06.87. Alexandra Brown in second, 2:14.48. Nancy Bowley from Oxford in third place, 2:19.01. And Anna Anderson. Okay, so a small bit of confusion here. So fourth place in the blues match was Lucy Carson from Cambridge in 2:26.93. And then first place in the second team race was Anna Anderson with 2:22.08. There's 2 races going on within that one event there. Then onto the men's second team race. Robert Anderson took that for the centipedes in a time of 2:02 and change. We're struggling with some results for the second place athlete there from Cambridge, who was close behind in 2:02.68. And third place, Jonathan Nash, did a lot of the work in that race, really made the race and blew it wide open, coming home in 2:04.23. And onto the men's blues match, some of the competitors who I have with me, who we'll hear from in a second. First place, Harry Cox, 1:52.60. I'm just going to ask Harry. Harry, where does that rank in your all-time performances? Must be up there. Second all-time performance. Yeah.
Second.
And then in second place, we had Angus Harrington, who you'll also hear from in a second, in 1:53.49. And then from Oxford in third, Ben Waterman, 1:54.58. And fourth, Leon Wheeler, 2:01.81. So I've got both Harry and Angus, who just about got their breath back after that. Harry actually hasn't, now I've said that. So, boys, there was a lot of build-up to this race. There was a little bit of chat about maybe going for a meeting record. Was there a genuine attempt at the meet record today?
We were in conversations before the start of the race, but Phil O'Dell had a serious word with us just before the start to say, boys, be sensible.
That
he didn't think we quite
for those of you who don't know Phil O'Dell, that is exactly the sort of thing Phil O'Dell would have said. Angus, you very much took up most of the legwork in the opening stages of that. Was that the plan from the start?
Well, I wanted to make it an honest race. Only Waterman had the pedigree to run something reasonable, so I wanted to push him, make sure we, so get rid of that sting in the tail from him, and
we knew they couldn't hang with us if we made it a fast race.
Basically, yeah.
Was there any communication between the two of you during the race? Any tactics unfolding?
We can communicate non-verbally at this point.
Yeah.
We built up a lot of chemistry over the years.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together, so
It's a tight-knit elite track team we've got.
Who's winning in the reps this season? If you count who's won the most reps this season between the two of you, who's winning?
We won't talk about that.
That's me.
Yeah. I get the important reps. I'm on Varsity.
Yeah. So Angus, looking at your Strava, there's been a lot of Zwift activity recently. Is there something about just like being outside that you don't like?
Yeah, I really want to sort of keep the legs fresh, so I've been sticking inside. Don't want to be catching coronavirus, and so that's why I've been on the Zwift a lot.
Okay.
Probably be in the Zwift for another 4 to 6 weeks as well. So
I'd rather have COVID than Zwift.
Like, yeah, to be fair, ever since I watched the Black Mirror episode where they're on the exercise bikes indoors.
That's too intelligent for me. I watch like X on the beach, Geordie Shore, but I can only watch the highlights.
Have you have you applied to be on any of those shows?
I'm too focused on my academic career to apply for Love Island.
Okay.
But, I think I've got the physique at the moment.
I think there'd be a lot of
The
scope
rig
to.
didn't come out today, but
Oh shit! Yeah, we're supposed to.
maybe after the 4x4.
To
be fair, it wasn't raining, so it would have been a bit weird. But.
Are you guys doubling today, or is that it?
Well, we'll see. I'm on emergency cover for the 400 meters.
Okay. Oh, just the flat 400, not even
the real thing.
The real
deal.
Not even the relays.
I'll do the relay, obviously. Mate. Just a bit of banter.
I think the 4x4 relay, that's the place where like distance runners really come to shine at the end of a meet like this, when everyone's like, these guys aren't fast, they just kind of run slowly for ages.
Runner in Cambridge right here.
No, that's exactly the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Like,
fastest on paper, but fastest in real life as well. Oh, I should hold the fastest on paper. Angus Harrington, 49.5.
Oh, thank you. Quite blue time, but
you've got that in the javelin.
Miles beat speed. That's all I'm saying. Big miles equals fast times.
Does it? How many miles have we won? We run low miles.
30.
yeah, guys, talk me through that. Like, Angus, it sounds like you've been pretty disruptive preparation for this. But right, we're gonna cut the distance running chat short because the 100 meters is underway.
They're lucky me and Angus aren't on the blocks.
Okay, so up on the track next, we have got the 100 meters second team match for the women. The athletes still striding out, so we're going to have a couple of moments before the start. Looking at the start list now, for the millipedes, we have Eleanor Thompson. And I'm going to do my best. Anila from the millipedes. And then from the alligators, we have Magda Cienciala and Lola Rose Wood for Cambridge. What are my predictions for this race? 12? About 12? Oh, he's going to win. I'm going for inside lane. Inside lane. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, the people on the inside have been doing well so far. So yeah. I mean, we have had a lot of distance events. So yeah. A bit of a disrupted view for the commentary team for this race, but we'll call it as best as we can. There's no moment quite like the silence that falls over the stadium at the start of a 100 meters race. The athletes in their last explosive limbering up movements settle down into the blocks now. And they're up. And they're away.
Underway in this second team 100. We'll confirm the athletes as they come past.
The two Cambridge athletes developing a dominant lead. 1-2 for Cambridge. 13.64.
Dina Asher-Smith, so I'm sure she's been putting her through her paces recently. With coached by John Blackie, down Norman Park.
Lola Rose Wood in second place and Eniola Awadia in third.
Make sure the microphone's there when you've got something funny to say. Save it, just like hold it in your mind for like half a second, and I'll see the look in your eye and we'll send it over to you.
Well, we commented on Amy Hunt's Instagram asking if she wanted to run Varsity after she pulled out of Olympic trials, and
She deleted her.
That's called harassment.
Wait,
Get
she,
blocked
she would
for
be.
that.
Is she an Oxford student? She's a Cambridge student.
She's
okay.
at Cambridge, yeah.
Okay.
She's been training up at Loughborough, I think, recently. But I think she's chose to focus on the more high-profile competitions.
Yeah.
Understandably.
Yeah.
There is nothing more high profile than Varsity.
Louise,
If you're not
Louise
going to the
Shanahan
Olympics,
and
The
Matt Leach
oldest-
are here.
The oldest track ever.
Yeah, the oldest track fixture in the world. Yeah, a bit of history for you guys. Cares Olympics?
Right.
Who?
We had a good run, guys. We've been going for like 75.
We've got a start list,
A
not
start
chat.
list. For the Blues race now. Isabella Busa for Oxford. Adana Akoe for Oxford. Kafisha Bernard from Cambridge. And Florence Cochrane from Cambridge.
Very tense moments as they're getting ready for the 100 meters.
Some of the men's athletes striding out before the 100. Can really
just
smell the
almost
testosterone beginning to build in the air.
Cleared that bar in the pole vault. That looked very high from where I'm sitting.
Let's just get the mic.
Do you want?
Yeah, we'll pass the mic
Okay,
to these
yeah,
boys
yeah.
for some
Right.
stream
So
of
Harry,
consciousness.
who's your home club?
Chiltern Harriers.
Are you the biggest name for the Green Arrows?
Well, I've got the fastest season's best, but unfortunately, I've got an interesting story about our fastest runner, actually. James McCarthy, he was a big name back in the day, but what he's most famous for is Carl Langford called him a fucking pussy after British champs.
Didn't he get banned for like insulting one of the?
He had a mild ban for assaulting a race official. Langford, not McCarthy. McCarthy's a nice guy.
I do know that race
Carl
official,
Langford-
Mr. Howe. Mr. Howe, he's
Carl
he's
Langford
an
was very
excellent
upset
guy.
by my club mate.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure why, but he's our most famous athlete because of that.
For any distance runners out there, if you're ever at a BMC meet or a Watford Wednesday and you see a gentleman official, diminutive, often wearing a baseball cap, do say hi to Mr. Howe. He's a real linchpin of track and field
They're about
events.
to start. So thank you for that. And now we turn to the 100.
Yeah. Harry's sorry for swearing.
He asked if it was PG. we might have to put a note on this commentary.
Okay. The women's
Sorry,
blues
Tom
100
Edmondson.
meter run. The athletes stood behind their blocks, awaiting the starter's orders.
Hey, it's football.
I was just acknowledging ex-Oxford captain Jack Padgett's rugby top. I said he's not big, but now looking at him, maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you for those wise words.
The athletes now settling down into their blocks.
Silence at Lee Valley.
They rise. And they're off. A quick start, and they've been called back.
Oh!
They've been called back.
Is that a false
Perhaps
start?
a full start. I was very surprised at the very short amount of time they were held for in the set position. I wonder if that's put one of the athletes off, or if the gun has misfired. I can't see any cards from the officials. Mr. Wilcox is conferring with the starter.
So the rules are, if you false start once, that's a red flag. and you are out of the race, unless it's a heptathlon or a decathlon, which means it's a yellow card and a second chance, but for the whole field. So the second person to false start in a heptathlon or decathlon is out. But for now, this means that if one of them has false started, they are out of the Varsity match 2021.
I have just seen Mr. Wilson raise the red card.
Someone has been disqualified.
One of the Cambridge athletes
Oh no.
has walked away.
No, but did they have their own one where they're being...
Yeah, Tim Harrison from Oxford was meant to be here and he hasn't turned up. So if anyone's got any complaints, you should direct message him because it's his fault.
Yeah, we're not responsible for neutrality or lack thereof today.
Tim Harrison is not fast.
Another interesting fact about false starts is that you don't necessarily have to start before the gun for it to be a false start. If you start within 0.1 of a second, it's deemed too fast to be natural, and that also counts as a false start.
And again,
oh
I heard the electronic
like
gun sound. They've been called back again. Angus Harrington is bored by the 100 meters already. The build-up to action ratio is well in to 1 order of magnitude, if not 2 by this time.
Let's hope it's not.
Ratio is well in to 1 order of magnitude, if not 2 by this time.
Let's hope it's not another Cambridge athlete who's been disqualified.
Mr. Wilson waves his card.
Oh,
no.
Both
Cambridge Blues athletes have been disqualified. This is unprecedented.
I suppose they have to make it fair, what with all the Oxford team out because of COVID.
Yeah,
you know, we've got to level the playing field somehow.
A real insight into the psychology of the start of a sprinting event. Even though your teammate has just been...
Oh, we've got just quickly cutting to the pole vault. That looks pretty high, and he's gone clear. Jake Watson of Oxford has gone clear in the pole vault at a height of...
And so the Blues 100 meters is underway with the strange sight of a single athlete through the line in just over 13 seconds. Yeah. So Oxford take the win under strange circumstances. I can imagine for the athlete who did eventually win the race, it was frustrating to not have any competition.
So quickly, just to cut back to the pole vault, that was 4.65 meters by Jake Watson of Oxford. An incredible clearance. He looks like he has a bit more in him. So let's see how he fares at the next height. He's got a PB of 4.85. So yeah, let's see how high he can go today.
We've got some good insights for the mile race.
Should we say goodbye to our special guests in the commentary box?
Thank you for all the love and support.
Derailing the live stream.
For anyone with sensitive ears, those two will be back for the mile. So
looking forward to having them join us again. But for now, it's off to do what they were meant to do today, which is...
I've had an idea. Is there Wi-Fi here? So, because I could get on the live stream and then I can see the comments coming in.
Yes. We'll have a quick look at the men's high jump as well. They are looking very good, but I suppose high jumpers always look pretty good. Yeah, we'll give a little update of the results of how they're going. So, Adam Coates of Oxford has just cleared 1.60 meters at the first attempt. And meanwhile, in second place, we have Jinsun Liu, who cleared 1.55 at the first attempt and is now looking to clear 1.60, but he has one failure at that height. Similarly, Caius Lee has a failure at 1.60 as well and will be looking to clear that height. Meanwhile, Adam Goldney was out at 1.40 meters as he recorded 3 failures at a height of 1.50. Yet to come in, we have Daniel Roffey of Cambridge, Maranga Makaya of Oxford, Ethan Sorrell of Cambridge, and Christopher Everett of Oxford. So this will be an exciting competition. Stay tuned. lined up. They're lined up.
So, over now to the men's 100-meter run. It will be the second team match first. I'm being shown a program, but I don't trust these, given all of
He
the.
doesn't trust me.
I know. It's not you. It's the program. The with all the COVID issues we've been having. So quickly now, as they're under starters orders, we have Justin Lung from the Centipedes, Alfie Williams-Hughes from the Centipedes, Tim Andrew from the Alversons, and Edmund Bruce also from the Alversons.
Men seconds, 100 meter. Let's hope for no false starts in this one.
A leap in the air from one of the Oxford athletes.
It's almost poetry, isn't it?
Some of the most impressive still photos in track and field come from the just before men's 100-meter races when the athletes jump in the air. It's incredible.
No one has the energy to jump in the air before a 10K.
They're just all fidgety before the 10K, aren't they? Slapping there. And they're off. They seem to rise simultaneously. And it looks like Cambridge on the inside, taking the lead. Cambridge 1-2 as we come into the last quarter of the race. Cambridge 1-2.
Edmund Bruce.
Never in doubt.
Justin Lung and Alfie Williams-Hughes.
11:65 unofficially for the winner. Yeah, the race, yeah.
Yeah, the other race.
Shall I do the pre-race and you do the and
good.
you once the gun starts you do it? Yeah.
Jude is going to come over for an interview too afterwards.
Great.
Because he won long jump and I presume he's a pretty good sprinter.
Great. Yeah.
Friendly conversation over at the men's pole vault. Look like they're having a good time. Been out there for a very long time. Yeah, but always a lot of camaraderie in the pole vault. You always see it.
I've noticed that in the Diamond League and stuff as well. It's very like that, isn't it?
I mean, I suppose you kind of have to get on with them, given how long pole vault goes on for. Just yeah, you are. But they're all. Yeah. 2 days.
It's hard work being kind of competitive and antagonistic with
Well,
other people. And I think
maybe they're all just really good actors.
Okay, so the men's blues 100-meter run. We have Sandy Macaulay from Oxford, Sam Nelson from Oxford, Munir Henidi from Cambridge, and Zute Ogbeda from Cambridge as well.
Nervous wait before the start of the 100 meters. It's all about timing. You don't want a false start, but you want to get out fast. So these men will be very, very nervous at the minute.
Just watching the athletes, you can see the high state of consciousness that they've worked themselves up into, prepared to give everything over hopefully slightly less than 11 seconds.
Less than 10 if we're lucky.
If we're really lucky.
Come on, Bolt. He's quivering.
These guys really are the catwalk models of the track and field world, strutting up and down behind their blocks.
It's all a confidence game. All about confidence.
I've seen people lick batteries to get themselves amped up before 100 meters hurdles races. That's the sort of energy these guys are bringing.
Ofcom has just called me to say that's been flagged up as fake news. Got to rein it in a bit, guys.
The guy who told me that is here, so we can ask him later.
Very, very, very nervous wait. Am I going to have to stand up to be able to see this? Because I'm quite short. I've just heard a whistle. Here they go. You can feel the tension once again. Onto their blocks. Quiet in the stadium to help these men focus. And they're off. Oh, and it's a false start again. Another false start today. Who was it?
It's easy to think that false starts are the athlete's fault and to blame them, but given that it's happened this many times, you have to think a little bit about if the starter has been consistent.
Is that an accusation?
With their timing. No, I'm just offering it as another explanation. Sometimes if the pause between the set and the gun is not consistent over a track meet, then it can be very off-putting to the athletes. Again, not saying that's what's the case. It is just one explanation of what could be going on here.
Is that a red? I can see an Oxford athlete walking away. I think.
Yes.
On Oxford, yes, and Oxford is he walking? I can't see it from here. I cannot tell, but it looks like we've only got 3 runners left.
I can see 2 Cambridge and 1 Oxford.
2 Cambridge and 1 Oxford. That is it. One of the Oxford runners has been disqualified from this men's 100 metres. So, second attempt. Right, second time lucky. Let's see. And they're off. Cracking start from Jude Bright-Davies of Oxford, but Zuti is pulling away from Cambridge, and it's going to be Cambridge. No, it's going to be Cambridge. Cambridge 1, 2, and third for Oxford.
Amazing race there from the men's blues 100 meter runners.
The
lead changed hand multiple times throughout that race in just the 11.48 seconds that it took to complete.
So that was Munir Hinadi of Cambridge from Zuti Ogbeda of Cambridge, and in third place of Oxford. I think that's Jude Bright-Davies who won the long jump earlier today. And I think the reason I say that is because I told him to come over for an interview. So yes, so maybe we can get some of the 100 boys over. I'm trying to frantically beckon to them, but they're having a chat with their coach, Hayley. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to see me. I'd like the Cambridge guys and Jude Bright-Davies. Just the Cambridge boys and then Jude. Yeah. So are they going to come over for an interview with the humble commentary team? So we've got the Cambridge boys coming over here for a quick interview. That was an absolutely lovely race, guys. Tell us, how was it with a false start? What were you thinking?
I guess after the false start, just, try to keep focus and not make mistakes.
Yeah, so because I think in the first one, I think he set me off a little bit, so I was just trying to make sure to ignore it and just try to perform in the actual race.
So from the commentary position, it was looking very, very even until the end. So how do you keep your focus in a race like that? How do you stay, keep your form? How do you keep your technique going?
Yeah, I guess it's something that you try to practice when you train. So in training, you always make sure that you keep your legs turning over. Overstretch, that's when like the form goes or back goes. So just stuff like that. Exactly, yeah. It'll be like
yeah, I struggle to come back uphill.
And are we going to see you both in the 200?
It won't be viable.
Just Suti. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. I'm sure we'll see you in the 4x1, though.
Yeah.
Great. Rest out, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
So that was the men's 100. What do we have next? Let's pick my phone up off the floor. And, the women's 5K. Are we going to have our middle distance friends back for that, or are they busy?
It looks like they are otherwise engaged at the moment.
Otherwise engaged at the moment. What a shame. So we can go to the women's long jump. That would be pretty cool. So there's a lot of crossover between the long jump and the 100 because of the sheer speed that all those the vertical jumps require. And looking at the women's long jump right now, it appears to be Mary Adeniji that is leading. We're into the 5th round, and she has a best of 5.68 m. So that is a very good jump from Mary. In second place, we have Polly Matten, and that looks like a personal best to me, 5.42 m, so she'll be very pleased with that. In third place, Adana Ekoku of Oxford, 5.37 m. And then just down from there is Magda Chinchala, 4th place. She's from Cambridge, and she has jumped 5.20 m. Those are our 5-meter jumpers so far. In 5th place, Irina Ferapontova with a PB of 4.71, so she will be very, very pleased with that. And her teammate, Charlotte Ellis, also of Cambridge, 4.61 in 6th place. Now, Charlotte can jump a bit further than that, so she has got one more round to improve on it. In last place currently is Eniola Awadiwa with 3.84, so she will be hoping for an improvement on her current best in rounds 5 and 6.
Yes, once you just like verbal diarrhea. Yeah, you like break the filter away, and then you just talk.
Hello to all of you who are following our live stream. Make sure to engage with us in the comment section. Have we got any interesting comments recently? There were some
I'd like
good
to
ones
invite
out
any
there.
shout outs for any athletes who are or are not taking part today. Also, we're looking for, given recent events in the wider athletics community, we're looking for your most outrageous doping excuses. So,
I mean, I'd like to think nobody here dopes, but
no, but it's still fun to come up with the excuse you would use if you were doping.
would you go for the contaminated meat? That's the real question.
I wouldn't want to admit to eating meat.
I'm vegetarian, so no one will believe me. Jake is attempting a 4.86 PB in the pole vault. Here he goes, and he's missed it. So that's a failure on his second attempt at 4.86, but a reminder that this is incredibly high. He has already won the competition with a jump of 4.75, which is 10 centimetres down on his PB. And a 4.86 jump would be incredible. So let's wish Jake all the best for his third attempt at 4.86. I must say, 4.86 looks a lot sort of longer when you put it like vertically than horizontally.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, 5 meters is not very far to run, but it's a long way to jump off.
Well, it is far to run if you haven't been trained for it. We've got some shout outs. Munir the champ, Munir on top. So that's Munir of Cambridge, who has just won the men's 100 meter. No, but Zuti, there's a bit of a fight going on in the comment section about who the better athlete in the men's 100 was. But it doesn't matter because they're both Cambridge, and Cambridge has a 1-2. So that's that settled.
Isn't this the beautiful thing about athletics, though, is that there is a number which settles that debate very, very quickly. And I
yes, as we've recently discovered. So I can see all the girls getting ready for the women's 5. Would that be 5K there?
Yeah.
Someone I'm not great at maths.
Unless it's the steeplechase. There's no barrier, so it must be the 5K. Yeah.
So it must be the 5K. That's a long way. That's 12.5 laps of the track. So they will have a board and a bell to help guide them through their arduous journey.
So they're called up to the line now. And they're underway. The 5,000 meters and the steeplechase, I believe, are run as one event across both the Blues and the second team matches.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to run it alone or only with 2 or 3
Oh
athletes,
no,
would
no,
you?
that'll get even as it is, I think we'll see as this develops, people running on their own or in small groups of 2 or 3. So we have got from Oxford Eleanor Vickers in the Blues team, Madeline Smith also in the Blues team, and from the Millipedes, Lucy Brown. From Cambridge we have Sophie Wilson, who should be in this race but is not. No, that's Phoebe Barker at the front for the Cambridge Blues team. And the other athletes are Libby Brown and Ella Fennelly. I'm just looking at who's wearing what vest. So Libby Brown is in the medium spring green of Cambridge, so that means she is in the second team.
It's called the Cambridge Blue.
I've looked this up on Wikipedia. It's medium spring green. And Ella Fennelly is the second athlete in the Cambridge Blues team. But she is currently running alongside Libby Brown from the second team. Go.
So we're going to quickly cut back to the pole vault where Jake Watts is looking at his third attempt at what will be a PB for him. That is a personal best. He's looking very, very focused now on the runway, staring down that 4:86. Will he get there? Everyone's watching. Here he goes. They've started clapping. Can Jake Watts jump 4:86 for a personal best? He's already got the win. Jake Watson, sorry. Here he goes. No, not today, but a fantastic effort from Jake Watson to win the men's pole vault with 4:75, head and shoulders above the rest. So an outstanding performance from him today. And on that note, I think I'm going to have to leave the commentary for a while to go and actually do what I came here to do today.
Are you competing today?
I'm competing in the women's javelin, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so you will be able to talk about my performance.
Well, good luck. I won't
Thank
say
you.
too much because I'll get it wrong, but good luck.
Yes, thank you so much. It was lovely being here, and I will be back. So, yeah, Martha out.
See ya. We're just coming up to a K split in the women's 5K. Phoebe Barker leading the field through in 3:18 with about at least a 50-meter lead. So commanding at the moment. So let's switch over to some shout-outs. Where am I starting from? Extra shout-outs too. People are just spamming the chat now. So to Emily and Pickett for being in isolation and missing Varsity, that is really not good. But at least you got the live stream to keep you company. Well done. Shout out to Martha and Nina and Maddie. Shout out to Ryan McCauley from, who's that? Ben Power, 97. Ryan will be going in the steeplechase shortly. This lead is only continuing to stretch out now for Phoebe Barker. You do sometimes worry when an athlete takes the lead so early in a distance race, but she's really committed here now, and that lead is only getting bigger. Yeah. this second pack of athletes coming through now. Libby Brown leading. Ella Fennelly, also from Cambridge, tucked in behind. And Lucy Thompson of Oxford, although formerly of Cambridge, on the back of that train. And then Claire Hammett at the back, about 30 metres off the back of that group. Barker's now over 100 metres ahead of the rest of the field. I think, was it Martha who was here before? Martha was going to do an interview with you. Do you want to come back a little bit later in the day? Because I'm not going to be able to ask you interesting questions about long jump, unfortunately. I'm probably not qualified.
Jude, and you won the long jump, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bright Davies. Yeah.
Am I live now? Yeah. Okay, and we are here with Jude Bright Davies, who just won the Blues long jump with a distance of
670.
Excellent. And we were paying very close attention to the Blues long jump because we saw that Sandy McCauley was going for his third win in the event.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it feel to have won that competition?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I didn't manage to do it my first year, and then I came second in second year, so it's good to finally get the win.
Awesome. And can you talk us through how the competition progressed? Because it looked like Sandy got out there early pretty well.
Yeah, he did do a big jump in the second round. I didn't go until about the third or the fourth round. So, yeah, it was a bit of a challenge to pull it back, but I managed to in the end.
That's fantastic. And
sorry, I've thought of some questions. So, in the long jump, like, are you going out? You've got 6 or 7 rounds, yeah?
6 rounds.
6 rounds, yeah. Are you going out? Are you trying to PB every round, or do you like take it set a low ball one the first time and then try and improve that as the competition goes?
So it's normally good to get a safe. It's normally good to get a safe jump in the first round, and then after that you try and jump something pretty big. Yeah. So that's normally how I take it.
Yeah. So do you decide beforehand like how? Like the emphasis you're going to put on each jump, or is it like you decide it one at a time?
How my body's feeling, or how the weather is.
Yeah.
Just play it safe. And do some big ones later on.
Yeah. Can you feel like, I don't know? To me, it's intuitive that for a distance runner, you know you're going to run well that day. Is it the same in the long jump, or is it more a surprise?
Sometimes it is a surprise because you can feel pretty good, but get some technical stuff wrong, or you're not on the board. So, it's just about managing these little things.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all from me. Tom, have you got any more questions? No. Okay. Well, congrats.
Thank you.
And are you competing again this afternoon?
I did the 100.
You did the 100.
And I've got the triple jump.
Nice. Okay.
I think now. So
great. Well, we'll let you get off to that. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay, so taking a look back at this women's 5,000 metres, Phoebe Barker is now getting very close to 200 metres ahead. Any allegations of going off too fast need to be swiftly put to bed. She's the class athlete in this field, and she's made that very clear from the first step. The layout of the field has stayed exactly the same the whole way through this race. Phoebe Barker streaking ahead, and then the pack of 3 taking close order of each other behind. Fennelly has moved to the front of that pack with Libby Brown tucked in behind, and very closely behind Lucy Thompson. And then a gap of about 40 metres now to Claire Hammett, but that gap isn't really growing. Hammett's been able to, we'll see if later in the race she can reel in some others as they fall off the back, perhaps as one of them advances the pace at the front. Barker coming up now to 5 laps to go, so 2,000 meters left to run. So that's 10:20 through 3K for Phoebe Barker. 10:20, a very good time for an outright 3K in its own right. Okay, movements beginning to be made in this pack behind. Fennelly asserting herself towards the front of the group. Libby Brown starting to slip a little bit towards the back of the group as Lucy Thompson laps her watch as she comes through 3K and then moves out to the outside of Fennelly. Showing intent to go back round her. She's feeling comfortable at this pace. Hammett comes through 3K now in 10:24. Over a minute behind the leader. That little move from Lucy Thompson going through seemed to suggest that she's finding this pace comfortable. I'm always suspicious of people lapping their watches during the race. But if that's keeping her accountable, keeping her concentrating. She seems to be resisting now the urge. No, she can't. She's gone to the front now. She's gone to the front. She's decided that the pace that Fennelly was setting was not fast enough for her. Having seen Fennelly and Brown run together, the fact that they're so close would suggest that Fennelly is holding a little bit back. And she is able to go with the move of Thompson now. Thompson beginning to stretch things out for this second place battle. 250 meters behind the leader. Brown slipping agonizingly from the back of the group, but Fennelly able to take close order of Thompson as they come through with a mile to go. Hammett looking down at her watch as she comes down the home straight. Very much in her own zone now. This is just her against the distance now. The same equation faces Barker, but she's a lap further into this challenge. She'll have 3 to go as she comes through now. It's 75 meters now between Hammett and Barker as Barker comes round to try and lap the second of the Oxford athletes. .300 meters further back in time in the race. Fennelly and Thompson fighting it out for second place. Brown has been dropped from that group, but she's been there for a couple of laps now and she's been able to fight, to stick on it. Only about 10 meters behind the two of them. Looking at the running and the form of the athletes as they came past, I suspect what's happening here is Thompson is trying to break away so that she can be away from the sprint finish of Brown and guarantee that she is only beaten by a maximum of 2 of the Cambridge runners. But Fennelly knows that. Fennelly's trying to slow things down so that Brown can get back into the race. Barker now with 2 to go, less than 2 to go. just had news from the high jump. There is a jump off, which I assume is a sudden death situation. So Maranga Makaya has and Ethan Sorrell have both cleared 190 and both failed 3 times at 195. On count back, they are even, each clearing 175, 80, 85, and 90 at the first attempt. So now we go back to 190. This race for second place really hotting up now. Fennelly beginning to gap Thompson by the smallest of margins. Thompson's racing now. She's not looking at her watch anymore. It can make sense to pace yourself by the clock in the early stages as a distance race. But if you're still thinking about that with 2 laps to go, your head's not in the right place. And it seems like Thompson really is racing now. All she cares about is that gap to Fennelly, and can she keep it closed? Barker takes the bell now, 16:15 on the clock. Her stride lengthens slightly as she comes through. That slight morale boost of that 1 to go feeling, that ringing of the bell in your ears, just giving her a little bit more energy. She closes that gap to Hammett now as she comes to lap her. Fennelly has really extended that lead now. With 600 to go, she's striding away from Thompson. And looking at the running of the two now, you can see Fennelly is thinking about going forwards. She's lengthening her stride, whereas Thompson's surviving. Thompson's thinking about wanting this to be over. Fennelly's striding away, trying to get it done as quickly as possible. Eating up that distance now as she comes into the bell. The pain showing in Fennelly's face. She looks behind once, but then gets back to the task at hand, driving it forwards. Thompson able to pick it up a little bit, but Brown's coming behind her.
Final 50 metres now for Phoebe Barker of Cambridge coming in for a big win here. Solo effort, excellent running. Congratulations.
Angus, Harry, is someone going to be there for Libby? Yeah. So Barker takes the win. 3/4 of a lap ahead of the rest of the field. And that battle for second place is really settled now, with Enna Felony coming into the last 200, 50 metres ahead of Lucy Thompson. She's really opened up that gap, and I think we could see that in the early stages. She was the one waiting for that kick, whereas Thompson was trying to make the pace. And sometimes when you've tried to do that, you've tried to drop your opponent, and they stay with you and then come back past. That can be really demoralising. So Fennelly coming in now. Thompson looks like she's safe in 3rd place, with Libby Brown finishing up. A small mention for our viewers. Libby does have a syndrome, which means that she may have a fit when she finishes the race. That's something that people know about, and they'll be there to look after her. So no need to be worried about if that happens, if it does. You can see her former coach and teammate here ready to collect her at the finish line. Some of the steeplechase athletes now coming out onto the track. And Claire Hammett bringing in the field in 19:13, stopping her watch as she crosses the line. Check out Strava later on if you want to see the full breakdown of that. sure they don't make a big deal, because this is fine. This is what happens.
So we can also bring you some results with the field, with the conclusion of the women's long jump. In the taking the win, we had Mary Adenji from QAC with a distance of 5 meters and 68. In second place was Polly Matter from UAC with a distance of 5 meters and 42. And we will need to confirm this, but I think that might be a Paralympic qualifying mark from Polly. So if that is the case, then well done to her. Then in third place, we have Adana Ekoku from UAC with a distance of 5 meters and 37. And in fourth place, we actually have from the QAC second team, the Alligators, Magda Cienciela from with a distance of 5 meters and 20. In fifth place, we have Charlotte Ellis of QAC with a distance of 5:01. In sixth place, we have Irina Ferapatanova of the Alligators with 4 meters and 71. And in seventh place, we have Eniola Awadia from the Millipedes with a mark of 3 meters and 84.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, no. Okay, so to the start list for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, we've got Brad Burke from Oxford, Tom Renshaw from Oxford. Neither of those? I've just been informed that neither of those are going to be here.
The entire Oxford squad has been wiped out by COVID, so we have Jerka Kuchera, who is running in the steeplechase, and I do not know if we have a second Oxford runner in the Blues match, and I don't believe we have anyone in the seconds match. So we've had COVID has wiped out that team.
Okay, so it looks like the situation here is we're going to have 4 Cambridge runners, Jamie Edgerton, Peter Malloy, Ryan McCauley, and the last one, James Rennie, against the single Oxford athlete, Jerka. So the quality athlete in this field is Jamie Edgerton. He has run 14:30 mid for the 5,000 meters this year, and I believe 9:10 for the steeplechase, which is fast. And if you look at him, this man was born to do the steeplechase. He's tall, he's lean, he's rangy, and he's quick. He's quick between those barriers as well. Anyone can jump over a barrier, but it's running 70-second laps in between them. That's the hard part.
Jack is probably looking to try and just finish in one piece and not hurt himself. I think we've got maybe 1 or 2 steeplechase practices in, but he wasn't meant to be in a team, so he's just here for getting something down and getting some points for the team.
So that'll be an interesting meta game for our fans. Is can the Oxford athlete make it through? The steeplechase is always, as they come up to the line now, Pete Malloy and Jamie Edgerton with their hands on their watches. It's almost as if someone's got plans to run a fast time today as Edgerton goes straight to the front with Malloy slotting in behind and Macaulay in behind that. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean Malloy could pace Edgerton, but it's easy to say. Like getting yourself halfway into a steeplechase, having gone a lot quicker than you wanted to, is going to be a pretty emotional situation. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but you don't have any competition.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say go out and help your mate and then just walk it in.
Yeah.
But I've tried that and it's really hard to convince yourself to do it.
I hear that's what Pete Cameron's doing later.
Yeah, he's going to try.
Some say
shorten his own race to help his teammate. Just had our first sighting of Phil O'Dowd, who's dressed exceptionally smart just for this occasion.
That is a wonderful shirt.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not messing about. None of this tracky bees and trainers from Mr. O'Dowd. Edgerton now into that barrier.
5 seconds up already.
Yeah, 5 seconds ahead.
Looking very smooth, very collected. Rocking the white dragonflies for that extra bit of Phil Knight's. Pushing him along.
There really is a purpose to the running of those 3 Cambridge athletes at the front. They're not just happy with the win today. They want to throw down some big times.
Is it Ryan or Rian?
Ryan Macaulay is in 3rd place there.
Ryan just sitting in behind Pete Malloy, looking very comfortable. You'd expect him to pick it up later on, I'm guessing.
Anyone who's watched Ryan run this season will be familiar with this site. He is a big proponent of the sit and the kick.
Slowly catchy monkey, if I'm correct.
As they say.
As I watched him run away from me earlier this season in a 3,000 meter race, actually. So I've had this done to me.
Many a time in a session, I've, near the start, I've been like, "Go on, Ryan, lead this rap." He's like, "Nah, mate, I'm hungover, I can't." Every time he will win.
Such is the dedication of a Cambridge runner.
He will win the last rep every time.
Running even when they've been out drinking.
You can do both.
We don't even know what drink is.
So Edgerton now coming through 2 laps, of course, with the barrier on the outside. Is the water jump on the outside?
Is on the outside.
Yes.
Hence the starting position being in a completely different position.
Yeah.
Libby Brown, who's just recovered after her 5K, now looking somewhat better. Just in case anyone was wondering.
So unusual for Macaulay there. Looking to come around.
I think he's just sighting the barriers, to be honest. Oh, no, here he goes.
Macaulay is coming around Pete Malloy. So he's made use of him for about the first kilometre here. And
now
I say that, it's hard to say where the K split is, but Jamie Edgerton has gone through a K very close to 3 minutes.
So they started about here. I'd put it about 3:07.
3:07, really?
I'm going to call 3:07.
But 200 metres is not over there, right? Because the lap's longer. It's going to be back round here a little bit.
So they started over here.
Oh no, from there to there it will be 200.
So and you gotta lose a bit of distance for the water jumping on the outside.
Okay.
So about 3:07.
Okay. But Edgerton looking very good here. This man is definitely not jogging.
Man
He's
on
really
a mission.
striding towards this barrier.
Yeah, running with intent and looking really strong.
Yeah.
Edgerton, who famously started to get quick whilst he was at Oxford for a summer.
Oh, really?
Some say.
Yeah.
He learned how to train here.
It really is a sight to watch him go round. He wouldn't be out of place in a Chariots of Fire photo shoot. Same outfit. Yeah.
Ryan, bang on pace for something. Could that be a half blue time? What is the blues time?
I have no idea.
I'll look this up.
It's all about Olympic qualifying times. Yeah. It's all about being a good athlete, not a good university athlete.
We're pretty sure Ryan's not going for the Olympic qualifying time. That's 8:42.
It's very noticeable, the faces of the athletes. Edgerton focused in the zone. Macaulay and Malloy a little bit more pained. Feeling a little bit more sorry for themselves. Edgerton with a real purpose as he kicks out of that water jump.
We think that Jamie is probably going for the blues time, which is 9:22. Or he's already got that, hasn't he? He's on 9:10 on the chase this year?
I think so. I think definitely going to run quicker
And
than that. I would've thought.
Ryan
Yeah.
probably going
Yeah.
for the half blues time, which is 10:10. That would fit with the fact that he's about 20 seconds back now, and Jamie's running about 9:20 pace, 9:30 pace.
So watching the style of Edgerton here, for a very tall man, it's noticeable that if you watch his head as he goes over a barrier, his head actually lowers, which is a sign of quality technique in a hurdler.
Peter Malloy here really driving on, pain now visibly showing on his face. Ryan behind him looking cool and collected. Really.
No love lost between those two. They've been fighting it out all season to get in this Blues team.
So there's a personal...
Macaulay is the one with the Blues nods, but Malloy at the moment is trying to embarrass him in front of the fans on the day that it matters.
Yeah, and Zherka is running really well here, to be honest. He's doing fantastic given his relative inexperience in this event.
Yeah, he really is moving well. He's racing this race. He's not just getting round.
Yeah.
Does look like he's wearing 1500 meter spikes.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
He's wearing an Addy 0
painful.
MDs.
So some quick bit of news from the jump off in the high jump.
Maranga Makoya taking the win.
So we decreased by 1 centimeter from 195 down, and we had failures from both at 195, 194, 193. But then at 192, Ethan Sorrell failed, and your winner, Maranga Makaya, cleared 192, and so he is your varsity champion in the men's blues high jump this year.
Edgerton now coming up to... this can't be 600 to go, can it?
So the board says 2 to go. So that would be, Edgerton now has less than 800 meters to go, certainly.
600 to go, looking about 7:16 on the clock. So we're in for a mid-920s time, I think. Really good running from the Cambridge
Malloy
seconds team
now.
here.
Malloy stretching it out.
He's got
with Macaulay being dropped a little bit, but we know Macaulay has got that kick. He's gonna need to make more of a gap to Macaulay if he's gonna survive that last lap in the lead.
Edgerton coming down the home straight for the penultimate time, still looking really smooth on the barriers. This man's in a class of his own here. No competition whatsoever. Just a great joy to behold.
He's gonna take the clock. The bell now.
7:59, 8 minutes, so we could be looking at a 9:15. 9:10 actually. The PB is in shop, to be honest. Looks great.
It is notable there's a little bit less pop in the legs of Edgerton.
Ryan's now closing up as well on Peter Malloy. Both of them grimacing. It's going to be
Watch out now for this battle for second place.
Zherka still making good progress. Has been caught now, being lapped by Jamie. But he's still getting over the barriers, looking smooth.
This is the real challenge now in the steeplechase. Your legs are shot, but you've still got to summon something to get over those barriers.
8:40 at 200 to go, so we're doing well, but possibly he's going to finish just outside his PB. I can't wait to be proved wrong, though.
A difficult one for Edgerton. He's had to go past the Oxford athlete there as he was doing the water jump. Slightly longer route, but he's been out on his own from the gun.
Ryan now right on Peter Malloy's back. Cannot put a piece of paper between the two of them. Edgerton clears the last hurdle.
Edgerton
9:12.
bringing it home now.
So
Goes to the arms, strides it out. He's got a little bit left there. 9:20 on his own.
Excellent 9:20 run there for Jamie Edgerton, just under blue standard. Fantastic running.
Zherka takes the bell in 9:28. Looking
and has anything ever been more on brand than Ryan Macaulay sitting and kicking once again to beat Peter Malloy.
And that is a man who is very happy with his performance there. Fist pump as he crossed the line.
Both of them very close to 9:40. Great performances.
Both of them wiped out now.
Yeah. A very
Great to see.
I wonder if we can have a look at the second team match record for the steeplechase.
Yeah, they've both hit the half blue time, so
So I'm hearing they've both run the half blue time.
For you guys, at least, yeah. Half blue time is 10:10, and they're still
Yeah.
They're well below that.
So steeplechase men, second team. Have we got a match record?
So I don't think we have a match record listed in the program, but I believe one does exist
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah, no, there definitely are match records.
I wonder if we
Just
could
shout out to anyone in the live stream. Can you Google the Alverston's match record for the steeplechase?
Kuwak records. I've got downloading the Kuwak records now, so we'll see if there's anything in there. Varsity match record. Field events match records. Into varsity relay. Second team match records. We have the steeplechase at 9:23.4 by R. O'Brien in 1972.
Fair
so
enough.
they're probably about 20 seconds outside of that, sadly.
Yeah.
And that's everyone in. No falls.
They really did train harder in the 70s. Not the 80s, though.
No. 80s, they were just being useless.
Messing about, yeah.
Wearing brightly coloured clothing.
Is the 80s when they had the 3-day week?
Some say that in the 80s they worked 3 days a week and ran 15 miles a week. It really wasn't very conducive. Apart from Sebco.
I'm sure they ran a lot of miles, but it's just like,
yeah.
Got nothing else to do. You might as well.
Co's in the 80s, right?
Co didn't.
Yeah, 86. Yeah, he worked 11 days a week.
Yeah.
Even though there were only 7.
Yeah.
And all of those
Co
days.
is something different. I mean, everyone says that Co didn't run mileage, man. He was running 80 miles a week at 5:30 pace.
Yeah.
Up hills.
All of them uphill. He didn't run any miles downhill.
Yeah. He got driven down the hill. That's why his dad used to follow in the car. He used to get driven down the hill.
Can we get a opinion on that race? How did you feel that went? Well done. How do you think that went?
I mean, it was alright for my first steeplechase run, to be honest. Obviously the hurdles get a bit higher each round. And also the water pit. I think gotta work on that a bit more, but it was really fun. Thanks.
Right. Okay, yeah. So, Jamie, fresh from your win in the men's blue steeplechase, what was the plan? It seemed you had some very clear intentions from the start of that race.
Yeah, not feeling very fresh now. The plan was to run hard.
Yeah.
Didn't quite have the fitness I thought I did. But oh well, okay. Yeah, didn't quite have the shape I was hoping for. But yeah, good to get the win, get the points, do the job.
Yeah, no, it was quality. Like, I mean, never in doubt at all, was it? So you said you weren't quite in the shape you were hoping to be. Like, do you think that was just like a bit wet and windy today, out there on your own, or overcooked it in training? What's happened?
Don't think I overcooked it. Probably undercooked it. Should have done a few more sessions beforehand, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, doing it on my own is obviously tough, but it's a nice day for it. Not that windy, but yeah, fortunate to just be out here having a meet, really. So,
Yeah. No, it's like the this meet has been cancelled about 4 times in the last 2 days. So it is good to be here. So some people say the steeplechase is just for people who aren't fast enough on the flat. What have you got to say about that?
Well, I mean, to be honest, that's how I got into it in the first place, because I wasn't good enough to run anything else. But yeah, I think you can't knock it until you've tried. It's a pretty brutal event. You've got to have endurance and also strength getting over those barriers. And can't be afraid of getting a bit wet.
Yeah. What's next up for you then? So I think we had a chat before this. You said perhaps this is the last time over the barriers.
Yeah, had a little deal with Phil O'Dell. We'll see what he says about that. But I'd like to move on to some flat stuff. Hopefully, show my fitness a bit more. But yeah, bit of a break now and just get rid of all the niggles. Yeah.
What niggles have you got?
I've got a broken shin, Mark. It's
That's
fallen
not
apart at
good.
the seams. But yeah, hopefully it'll be right in a few weeks.
You need one of those, like Angus.
Yeah, I'm pretty jealous of Angus's pretty stylish footwear, to be honest. But maybe one day, hey.
Right, we don't have to have like a formal interview.
Good. Cheers, Mark.
Just chat and entertain the people on the live stream.
Do you want to join us? Or?
Yeah. Oh, have we?
Ah. Yeah, thank you.
So the next event on the track is going to be the 110 meter hurdles, or is it the 100 for the women? The women will be doing the 100 meter hurdles. So these hurdles are they the same as high jump barriers?
Steeple barriers.
Steeple barriers. Steeple barriers. Okay. Okay.
But they're the same. I'm pretty sure they're the same height as the women's steeple. Are they not? No. Oh, the 4 are. Okay.
So men's 4 hurdles are the same as steeple hurdles. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 I'm not sure how much of that you gathered on the stream, but we have now established the order of hurdle height, and it ranges from lowest at women's steeple /4 hurdles up to the men's high hurdles, and I'm sure you can fill in the rest yourselves. Or just Google it. You've all got Google.
I think we should have the camera pan around to Angus right now because he's really showing some athleticism right here. You'll see him in his blue stash, his white shorts, white vest, and plastic boots. That's the kind of commitment we're looking for here, guys. Good stuff from Angus, putting his body on the line.
Cheers,
Edgerton's
Jerry.
off.
Is that you done today?
Into the hot seat.
Are you actually injured?
So, I was meant to be getting dragonflies in from Finland for today, and they didn't come. I think due to some kind of Brexit postage delay.
Man.
So I've just got these victories, which just aren't quite the same.
The victory is quite an aggressive. Do you want to show it to the live stream? The victory. It's quite. Not that I want to endorse Nike and their interesting marketing tactics and choices of people to sponsor, but they do make good shoes, unfortunately.
They do. But yeah, I was hoping I could shave off a bit of time in the dragonflies, but
yeah.
Hey ho.
Do you think the dragonfly foam might soak in the water? How do you think that will go when you got them wet?
I'm pretty sure the outside surface is non-permeable enough to keep the water out. I mean, ideally we're only getting 1 foot wet ever anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got a stride like Jamie's, you don't really get anything wet because you just jump over.
Yeah.
Over the water jump.
Oh,
but,
I saw some little splashes. He was definitely catching a toe, at least.
So yeah, I think Jamie was really pushing for this to give him in good stead for the transatlantic tour, the Americas tour.
Yeah.
Which is a very good move from him.
Yeah.
With that
Wow, I
convincing
hadn't
win.
thought about that.
Yeah. The rest of us have got some more graft to do.
Yeah.
I think.
So they don't try and take a full team, do they? They just take like a good team.
I'm not entirely aware how they do the selection, but what I heard was that usually if you win on a usual year, if you win Varsity, then that's your ticket booked.
Oh really? Okay.
And the second spot is usually up for grabs based on.
If you win Varsity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the second spot is based on other more complicated choices.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how
the likes of Luke Cotter and Miles Weatherseed got in on some technicality of a legend who recommended you.
Maybe something like that. I'm not sure how it will work this year though. Do you know the what is the tradition of the ribbons, by the way?
We've had this chat already today.
Sorry, fill me in quickly.
My only suggestion was that like it's from when like everyone's kit was just the same, and like the only way to distinguish would be to put your ribbon on. That's what I'd go with.
Let's switch this up, Mac. How's your running going? Has anyone else see that yet?
No one's asked me about my running. No. Pretty good. Yeah, been getting the miles in. Coming off like a little block now of sort of 3-4 weeks of like just training hard, letting myself get tired, and then 2 weeks time I got Milton Keynes 5K. So I'm
good stuff.
Taking a day off running today.
Good.
Ready to start the like freshening up process going into that.
So do you do your mileage in blocks then? 5-week blocks? Is that what you're saying? Or
Not formally, but kind of that's sort of how I've been conceptualizing it this year. Like do sort of 3 or 5 weeks where you focus on your training.
I think we should get Phil in for an interview.
Yeah.
Phil, come on, come have a
Phil O'Dell's dressed too smart for
Oh.
this live stream.
Are you going to come and join us? This is Phoebe. Have you been interviewed yet?
We do have the winner now of the women's 5K, Phoebe Barker.
Hello. Oh, there's the camera. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Just need to go and find out whether I'm doing a mile or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When's that?
4:15, I think.
Oh, what's the order of the events from
They've
now on?
changed it because they used to have the women's 5K and the mile like half an hour apart.
Mm.
And then do you remember watching Alex Shipley do it 2 years ago and he died in the mile?
No, I don't. But
they've now changed it so that it's actually possible without you killing yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, doubling is a whole new kind of fetish, isn't it? It's like a different place to take your body.
I did suddenly realise halfway through the race, I was like, oh, actually,
Yeah.
I might have to run again here.
Yeah, it probably would have been good if you'd known, wouldn't it?
Well, no, because I knew I'm down to double.
Oh, okay.
And then, so if you may take it so she can get her blue.
Yeah.
But then, so psychologically, I was like, right, just concentrate on the 5K, and then
Yeah.
whatever happens in the mile happens.
Yeah.
But then I was like, actually, now my mile's going to be a way harder race, so.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see. But how are you guys doing over here? You enjoying it?
Yeah, good.
Come back for the day?
Yeah, I mean, so I cycled here. I live like 7 miles from here. So that was, it was chill. It was chill. I'm having a little day off. I did do quite a burly session yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, it was like, shout out my session. Check it out on Strava, guys. McGregor Cox, drop me a follow. I ran 2 sets of 2K and then 5 by 300, and then had a 5-minute rest, and then a flat out 800.
What do you run the 8 in?
206.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Which was no, but I don't know. We'll see. Rumor has it that she's going to be the pacemaker for the Smashing 2 consortium. For a group of distance guys who haven't broken 2. So
Which you're one?
Of which I'm one. Yeah.
Oh, Mac, what's the closest you've got?
I've run 2 flat 0.7. Yeah.
Yes, nearly there.
We probably better get back to the hurdles. Looking like we've got close race between Oxford and Cambridge Blues. 304. Do we know who that is?
804.
So we just had Adana Ekoku. Hopefully I didn't butcher that pronunciation. Who I think won that just ahead of Leia from Cambridge. Was this the 200 or was this the 100? This is 200. Yeah, that was the 100 hurdles. Do you want to come?
Yeah, no, cool.
Do you want to have a chat on the live stream? Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Leia has just finished the 100 hurdles and now straight onto the high jump. A good all-round athlete there. But going back to that previous breaking 2 conversation.
Yeah, the Smashing 2 consortium.
I think it's a bit ridiculous that there are some. So for the people at home, there are some ridiculously fast distance runners at Cambridge who cannot seem to, for the life of them, to get under 2 minutes for the 800, which I don't really believe. For example, Joe Massingham, he runs what did he run? 14:21 for 5K.
Yeah.
That's not far off.
So
breaking 2 pace, and yet.
Well, what's that? That's like 68s. So that's 216 800 meter pace for over 6 800s in a row.
And yet
he can't run 16 seconds quicker than that for 1 800.
So I think it's a mental state of mind for them. I think they'll be easily under 2.
This is what the Smashing 2 consortium is all about. It's just putting that date in the diary. So this is where the faff starts with all the helpers out on the track, is the switching the hurdles between the different events, moving them to the different little check marks on the track and adjusting the heights.
So which results are we going to take them through now? So, have you been starting from the top?
Go from the top, Brian. Go from the top.
So we've had a very convincing win from Phoebe Barker, who we just talked to, who's a Blues Cambridge runner. She won in 17:39.07. In second, we had Ella Fennelly, who is Alligators second team Cambridge, and she ran it in 18:34.12. And then in third, we had the first Oxford runner, Lucy Thompson, who won in who came third in 18:45.14. And then Claire Hammett, who's also Oxford. Sorry, I've skipped again. Libby Brown was fourth, who was Alligators, ran it in 18:57.4. And then fifth was Claire Hammett from Oxford, who came fifth in 19:13.56.
As far as I could see in that 5K, Ella was running for the Cambridge Blues, right? She was in the white vest.
Yes. Good runs from the Cambridge girls there. It's a shame about somebody
Ryan, I'm
else.
not going to let you read out your own name. So from the men's steeplechase, the combined Blues and second team match, we had Jamie Edgerton in that dominating first place finish in 9:21. Ryan Macaulay, who we've got here, co-commentating at the moment in 9:36.68. Closely followed by Pete Malloy, who did a lot of the work to get both of those boys to that time, under 9:40 with 9:38.80. James Rennie, the second Alversons runner, 10:22.47. And then the Oxford runner, who I don't think was Zach Hudd, in 11:01.49.
So I'll just have to defend myself there quickly, explain my...
Ryan, you don't need to defend yourself. It's your tactic. You should own it.
My comment was certain. My tactic certainly wasn't sit and kick for that. It was, as you saw, I did try and take the lead and lead us on for a bit, but I just couldn't really hack the pace. So I sat back and I was actually thinking I was going to fall off it in the last lap or two.
And you so 800 to go. You were gapped a little bit, weren't you?
Yes. Yeah. I wasn't really feeling as good as I thought I would that race. I know the first lap was a bit too fast, overcooked it slightly in that first 400. But I don't know what it was. I tapered quite well for today. I thought I was in definitely better shape than I was when I ran my PB at the Southerns, which was 9:35. So I'm surprised to be a second off that today and really not feeling great. But sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't. It felt like more of a time trial, I guess, with basically just the guys I run with most of the time anyway in that race. As you could see, it was just Peter and I. But yes, no, I did not intend to let Peter do all the work. I did intend to be to have that as a joint effort, but I just didn't really feel it in my legs at the time.
So do you think of yourself as a chaser?
Similar to Jamie in that it seems like a lot of the guys that are very fast on the flats just aren't keen out going over solid barriers and call them what you will, wimps. I don't know if it's the mental barrier of getting over a big wooden block, or whether it's something else. It's about maybe the strength of coming out of the water every single lap on that water jump. But I feel as if I could go over the hurdles relatively well, and the blue spot was there, so I wanted to represent. I think that I've got more to do this season on the flat. I need to get under 8:30 for the flat 3K, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully the fitness does come a little bit later in the season. Maybe the mileage needs to go up slightly, but it wasn't quite there today. Have you? So we've got 3 runners here for the 110-meter hurdles. I believe we can't quite see the start line about who's lining up on the start line right here, but
they're still under Mr. Wilcox's orders.
Hopefully it's 5:06 Ben Holdsworth from Oxford. 5:19 is Blake Strickland Bennett, who's also second team Oxford, and then 6:07 is Alex Harper, who's second team's Cambridge. Have you ever done a steeplechase, Mac?
No, never successfully cleared a barrier without putting my foot on it. I don't have that kind of bounce in my legs. I'm a grinder, not a springy runner.
Yeah, That's fair enough. For reference, Jamie Edgerton, who's just standing here, is about 6'4", so it's a heck of a lot easier for him to get over the barriers than us of smaller stature, let's say.
I feel like that's kind of like saying, well, let's focus on the 110 hurdles here. We've had the starter's whistle. It's had the hooter from one of the field events sounding as the athletes approach that block, which must have been very distracting. The starter is motionless. He raises the gun now. And they're away cleanly. Only 2 athletes in this race.
1 Oxford, 1 Cambridge.
They're very even as we come up to halfway in the race here. Neck and neck, and Oxford take a slight lead going into that hurdle. 2 to go now. Oxford developing a lead and consolidating it, coming home. A very, very competitive race there. I think that is the Oxford athlete's 2nd win of the day.
That's 5:19. That's Blake Strickland Bennett. Well done, Blake.
Just had a sighting of Jeremy Dempsey and Peter Cameron striding out around the warm-up trail, getting ready for their big showdown over the mile. Well, even their big team effort over the mile. Don't want to hype this up too much, but the plan is to go through halfway in sub 4-minute mile pace.
This could be a big one.
If anyone's going to break 4 in the mile, it's going to be Jeremy Dempsey. So here we go. The Blues men's event for the 110 hurdles. Will Parry from Oxford. Marco from Oxford. Sam Clark from Cambridge. And Daniel Rofi from Cambridge. There's someone in a high-vis jacket in amongst the hurdles at the moment. Another official walking in between, so we're not quite ready to go yet. Laying down a couple of the hurdles for some reason. Not entirely clear why that would be happening.
I think.
Great.
So they're just doing some practice runs over the hurdles there.
We've got a little bit of time to go then. So the athletes get into their pattern. I think you really can tell that difference between a sprinter doing the hurdles and a hurdler when you watch them go over, and the real technicians, they become lower as they go over the hurdles, whereas a sprinter having a go at it, they jump up high in the air. Bit of wind picking up. It's not been the best day, but the sun, a little bit of sun poking through now, a little bit of wind just just starting to come through, which won't be good for those guys trying to run fast on the middle distances later on. Do you think that your fastest steeplechase would just be when you're in the best 5K shape? Or do you think you need that specific steeple training?
I'd imagine so. I think you kind of get to a point where your hurdling wouldn't really improve your time much. There's only so much technical hurdling you can do, and it's all the rest is about that fitness and strength getting over. But it is really a different beast when you're breaking your stride and breaking your rhythm over each barrier, and it's almost like you're running reps between them. But yes, I'm hoping to aim towards 5K fitness, and then if I were to do another couple of chases this year, then that would carry me through.
Yeah.
Looks like we're about to start with the hurdles, the men's hurdles.
The men now settling down into their blocks. Man in the high-vis jacket scurrying away to the side. Starters pistol is raised, and they're off. Away cleanly. to a Cambridge and an Oxford athlete separating themselves from the rest, and it's Clark in the lead now. He's half a hurdle the rest of them. Oxford 2-3. Clark through the line, punches the air, and the second Cambridge athlete completes the 4 of them across the line. The COVID fist bumps shared around between those athletes really was never in any doubt. After a third of the distance, Clark was in the lead and he just rammed it home.
Another win under the belt for Sam.
Alex who? Sounds like a thrower to me. Is he a thrower?
Let's see if we can get Alex Parker here for you guys. Alex Harper.
What questions would you like us to ask Alex?
607.
The more slightly controversial, the better.
Have you read any of the Blues bios today?
Haven't. Should we have some readings from the Blues bios?
Yes, so along with the tradition of this event, there are Blues bios written for all the Blues athletes. And they're written by teammates, for other teammates, and so they can often be quite tongue-in-cheek.
The best tongue-in-cheek comments are where you say this is tongue-in-cheek before you say them. We have to stay here, so if you want your mates to be interviewed, text them and tell them to come over.
Marco, do you know where Will Parry is? He's wanted for an interview by their live stream viewers. The fans want Will Parry. Okay. Any requests for Marco? Say now, forever hold your peace as he's walking off. His fans want him for an interview. Alex Harper's Cambridge. I think we should get Charlotte Dannett in for an interview. She's just walking around the track towards
Charlotte
us.
Dannett was meant to be commentating. So
yeah, she's an ex-Oxford president, and very much involved still in the Oxford scene. Fellow club member from a long time ago of mine, and so when she gets off the phone, I think we're going to get her in for a chat. He should.
we have sent a runner to try and find Will Parry. So Make sure you got some good questions for us to ask him when he gets here. What's the next track event?
It should be the 400 women's.
Yeah,
which
okay,
should be
yeah.
the next.
Just thinking there's some boys looking pretty fast striding out along the back straight. Ryan, you must have seen Dempsey up close in training. What do you think his chances are?
I think there was a point where he was quite exam distracted. I think his slight lull a couple of weeks ago. Since then, he's been looking strong. I think he's done some good sessions, in the last few weeks. So maybe Jeremy's got a good shot. It's quite blustery, but we'll be excited for him. Is this Will Parry we've got coming along? Do you want to take a seat? All right, fans, here you are, the man you wanted. Introduce yourself, Will.
I'm Will. Yeah. Will Parry. Oh, do I take another
Why
one?
do you think the fans want you so much?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just pretty cool. I don't know what else to say. This is all a big rush.
I think they were asking about your charity work. Do you know something about charity work?
No, no idea. I've done minimal charity work, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what they're talking about?
No. Oh.
Are you not? You're not a man of the people.
Hurdles. It's hard event.
Okay, so let's have a review of your race then. How was that for you?
I mean, it went all right. The two guys are about 8 years older than me, so I mean, ignored them. And then.
How old are you? 16?
19. Well, Marco's a bit older, if he doesn't mind me saying. But yeah, I just had to beat the other guy.
Okay.
So I sort of took it easy at the end, made sure I finished rather than a good time.
Good. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Good race. You doing any more events today?
Nah, I'm done. That was it. That was my only job here.
So is this your first Blues appearance today?
Mhm.
Well
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Will Parry's morning routine.
Well, I don't think. No, I don't think I had a morning routine. I just woke up in the morning, whereas most of them didn't, I think.
So is that why you got so many missing today? Not because of COVID, because they can't wake up in the morning?
Oh, we had quite a bad, I don't know, we had a really bad COVID spree. A bunch of our captains have got it. But I think we're still competing with Cambridge, which is the main thing. We can still, even though we've losing half a team, we're still in the running. Says a lot about our team, to be honest.
Good to have you.
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Huh? Thanks, Benjamin Stacey. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, everyone. It was alright. It was 2 days ago, so no drinking ban, can't exercise. I just had to sort of sit around and rest. But apart from that, was
Sounds like a
fun.
good birthday.
Yeah. Loved it. I've got to try and get the train back home after this.
God, your fans are really trying to pull
They're
blood
they're
from the
really
stone,
pushing
aren't
us,
they?
yeah, it's
How much of a difference to your lifestyle did the drinking ban make?
It wasn't too bad. It would have affected my friends worse. I think they'd have been a lot worse for wear. But yeah, I'm alive. I could still run hurdles, which is good. Felt good.
Do you know anything about your women's hurdlers now? They're about to do the 400 hurdles. Can you tell us about 705?
I don't know much about the women's hurdlers, to be honest. Well, I'm new to the team, so I haven't met half of them, which is a bit. It's good to meet more people here, to be honest. It was just natural, I think. It just happened. I can't help it, I guess. I mean, my assumption would be Neve, and I would probably take her up on that if I get back in time. But we'll see.
It looks like our starter is getting ready here for the women's 400 hurdles.
Ooh. Or is it just 4? 4 flat. Yeah, 4 flat.
Sorry, the 4 flat, I apologise.
Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Oh, God.
So in lane 2 from Cambridge, we have Charlotte Cutter. In lane 3, we have an Oxford athlete who is Emma Clark. And then Cambridge in lane 3, we have Lucy Walker. Apologies, Juliet Rixton. They're now settling down into their blocks. The 2 Cambridge athletes in blocks and the Oxford athletes standing up. And they're away there.
Underway in the seconds, 400 meters.
All 3 athletes running strongly.
Emma Clark for Oxford. And Lucy Walker for Cambridge on the outside, making the running so far.
Looks like Lucy Walker, or apologies, Juliet Rixton is pulling away.
Okay, so coming up to halfway now, the Cambridge athlete on the outside with a commanding lead.
Charlotte Cutter coming in on the inside.
Cambridge athlete on the inside went off slightly slower, but she is coming back now hard. She's now well into second place. She's overtaken the stagger on the Oxford competitor on her outside. So this is looking strong for a Cambridge 1-2.
Coming into the home straight here. Both athletes from Cambridge still looking strong. Charlotte coming through strong at the end.
A great battle now here between the Cambridge athletes.
Charlotte pulls ahead.
A brilliant run.
That looked like a 67-second win for Charlotte Cutter there. Just ahead of the other Cambridge athlete. And then Oxford in 3rd.
Again, I think we've been showing the importance of pacing yourself in these medium distance sprints.
Thank you,
The
Will.
eventual winner was solidly in last place after the first 100 metres, but rallied very strongly in the last half.
Well done to Juliet for that brave run out in that first 200 metres. Shame that she couldn't hold it all the way through. Still strong second place.
And here we are with the results from the women's seconds 100-metre hurdles. Adana Akoku from Oxford in first place in 16:40. Leah Wenger from Cambridge in second place in 16:71. Eleanor Vickers from Oxford is in third place with 19:08. Izzy Riley from Cambridge in fourth place in 19:89. And Penelope Batty from the Cambridge seconds team in fifth place in 21:39. Yeah, sure. Oh, you Anyone who's waiting, Alex Harper, right? Anyone who's waiting for an interview with Alex Harper, I can confirm we've got that coming up next after this women's blues 400-metre foot race. Some of the athletes now just fiddling with their blocks, shaking out their legs. Never entirely clear if that actually does anything, but it seems like the right thing to do when you've got to go and try and run fast in a minute. They settle now, waiting for the starters' orders. Up to their blocks. The Oxford athlete bouncing her way into the blocks. It's a little bit of hustle and bustle around the athletes, which might be distracting. Rise. And they're out. Cambridge on the inside, getting the best of the starts. It's very even through the first 50 meters. The athletes in the middle lanes take up the stagger, but then the Cambridge athlete on the inside responds. 150 in, and they're all in this still. At halfway, they're all still in contact. The lead switching between people, but it looks like we've got a Cambridge 1-2 by a whisker at the moment. The Oxford athlete on the outside is rallying strongly. It's still a Cambridge 1-2. The Oxford athlete is finishing very strongly. This is going all the way to the line, and she's done it. Oxford take the win, having been trailing with 100 to go, finishing very strongly in the home straight. The men's 400s up next. Got Harry Cox doubling back from his victory in the 800 meters.
Could a Cambridge women's captain go to the results box, the announcers box, please, to resolve an issue with the 100 hurdles? Women's Cambridge captain to the announcers box.
For a man who's run 152 already today, Harry Cox is looking incredibly relaxed before this 400. But it's counterintuitive, but sometimes, of course, acutely after a race, things aren't feeling good. But half an hour later, your legs having been in that mode, they've been woken up, it can feel pretty good.
Due to some technical issues, the women's pole vault has moved inside, and the women's high jump has moved inside as well, because some of the competitors are competing in both events, and it has been agreed that both of those events will take place inside. So if you want to spectate or view or see what's going on in the women's pole vault or the high jump, they're now taking place inside.
So in case you're worrying or wondering about the pole vault and the high jump on the women's side, that we've just been told they've been moved indoors, which explains the lack of footage at the moment. The men's seconds, 400 meters, have been called to their blocks. It's very surprising that the starters are. And they're off. They're off. Good start from Cambridge in the middle of the two Oxford athletes. He's taken up the stagger on the outside of him already. But as he draws level, the Oxford man on the outside of him fights back. And he's still leading, though. Cambridge is still leading as they come up to halfway. We're going to see what happens as this stagger unfolds, but it looks like he's now been passed by both of the Oxford athletes. So Tomek from Cambridge, now he's in second place. Fighting hard, Oxford leading. And it looks like at the end it's going to be an Oxford 1-2. In fact, the Oxford athlete who was trailing the field with 30 meters left, I think came through to take that on the line as his teammate faded. It does surprise me sometimes how people 2 strides early will just stop running, and it costs people consistently every meet. Harry Cox in deep conversation with his coach Phil O'Dowd before his second race of the day, the 400 meters. I wonder what those words of wisdoms were. Does anyone want to throw in the chat? What are the tactics of a 400-meter race? Can someone explain that to me? Do you just run it out, just flat out as every 100? Or are you pacing yourself and saving something for the second half? The men's 400-meter blues runners making their final preparations. The Oxford athlete still in his tracksuit, testing out those blocks, preparing that initial explosion to get things underway. Cambridge runners both favouring the more traditional short shorts attire, with Oxford in the half tights, the pure white half tights, which is always an interesting look. Jeremy Dempsey, who's attempting to go under 4 minutes for the mile later on, has arrived at trackside. Still in his warm-up shoes. Surprising that the starters are tolerating so much noise around the start of these races, but that's what they're happy with. They're called to their marks now. Cox, the distance runner, dropping down a distance, isn't using blocks. The 3 to his outside. Settle in. The Oxford athlete takes a while to settle. Cox is unsettled by how long he's being asked for. Looks to the side for some reassurance. And they're off. Even starts. Cox lagging slightly out of the blocks, to be expected for a distance runner. His time will come in the last 100 of this race. Cambridge take the lead down the back straight, followed closely by the two Oxford runners. The long, languid stride of the Oxford runner on the inside in the orange spikes. Cambridge still extending away, but we've got the stagger still to unfold. Things are going to be very close when we come into the home straight, and Harry Cox is still there. Coming into the home straight, it's Cambridge who lead. Cambridge lead and running well. Cambridge lead, then Oxford 2 and 3, and Oxford are coming hard. They're coming hard in the last, and he's going to get it on the line. On the line, and his teammate celebrates as he comes home in third. A 1-3 for Oxford in the final 10 metres of that race.
Potentially the first.
There really have been some close races over the 4s and the 8s today.
In 1976.
Didn't see what the time was.
Thank you. I was just wondering whether we should focus on. Yeah.
Maybe it was the double.
What's the rotate this way? I don't know. Yes.
Oh, it's just one. Okay, it's the same person. Wow, okay. So it seems like the winner of the men's high jump has just won the men's 400. So I think we promised an interview with Alex Harper, didn't we? Alex, do you want to come over for your interview?
So a slight correction to an announcement earlier on. The pole vault remains inside.
You've got a wireless mic. Wow. Okay, so we're here with Alex. You can probably see the side of him now. That's the camera there. So Alex, talk us through your day. Looks like you've been competing for the Alberstones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which event?
110 meter hurdles.
1 hurdles. Yeah. So how did that go?
Yeah, it went well. I cleared all of them, so I'm very happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting over, that was the goal at the start, was it?
Yeah. Well, I've never done hurdles before.
Oh, really?
So yeah, it was very good. Yeah, to know that. Missing all the girls. We had four female hurdlers down, which is a shame.
Okay.
But yeah.
So there's been a lot of disruption coming into the start of today. Were you part of that? Were you called in at the last moment, or has it been smooth sailing this last week into the event?
Do we know if that girl came back? Apparently a girl was going to be doing the mile and she's waiting on a PCR, and then she was just going to race here if it came back in time.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I haven't heard that. Was that Cambridge?
Oxford, apparently. I don't know. Exciting stuff there.
Right, does that looks like we're back online, does it?
We are.
Yeah. Okay. So, apart from the jumper, race day can be very stressful, can't it? But what's the funnest part of race day for you?
It was running, and it's nice to see everyone racing as well. It's
Yeah.
been good to watch all of them.
Yeah.
But again,
so
this is not
your
saying
actual race is fun to you.
Yeah, there's
Yeah?
not much at stake, to be honest.
Okay.
Because that's my personal best now. So I got my
brilliant.
personal best.
Brilliant. Okay.
My personal first as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
You enjoy?
So how did you get so good in 2 weeks?
Well, yeah, mostly fear, Martha's warm encouragement, and lots
Yeah.
of help from Bob and Leia and Dylan. It's all been
Great,
good. Yeah.
great, okay.
It's just nice seeing everyone giving me some time
Yeah.
to watch me do stuff and tell me what's wrong.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
mainly that, and actually attending, because I was not present for most of Easter term.
Oh, fair,
Yeah.
fair. Okay, with exams and stuff.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
okay.
Neither
So
Lent, but
did you compete at
No, never before.
As in, literally, you've never done a flat 100.
No, like I did hurdles in year 9 on sports
Fair,
day,
fair,
and I
okay.
won, and then I got to uni,
Wow.
and I needed to pick a sport just to be active. So I thought I was all right at it in year 9, so
Oh.
maybe I'll make a start now.
Oh, fair dues, coming out and doing it on this stage. Like,
yeah,
I'm not sure I could get over one of those hurdles. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it looks like the mile's getting ready, so I might pass this back now.
Yeah. Okay.
So the shot put competitions will be combined with a predicted starting time of 4:30.
So we're coming in now to the start of the men's mile. This is the blue ribbon event of this meeting. We did have a big, we did have a big rivalry set up for you between Jeremy Dempsey and Miles Weatherseed, but on form, Weatherseed has not shown up. So it's Dempsey versus history and the 4-minute mile. And they're off. Cameron determinedly goes to the front, barely able to keep ahead of Dempsey in his enthusiasm to get on this early pace. Liam Smith knows the deal. That pace is going to be too hot for him or the other Oxford athletes. It's just about the race between Dempsey and the clock. So they already have a 30-meter lead. Cameron and Dempsey. Cameron looking very, very good, but he's going to have an awful second half of this race. He's going to empty himself for his teammate, Jeremy Dempsey, sacrificing his own chances in the race for his teammate. Coming up to one lap.
Go on, Jizzy D!
So 60 seconds after 409 meters, about 58 through the 400 split.
At 2:07, he is different gravy.
Yeah.
I think he's had lots of minerals.
Jeremy Dempsey loves beetroot juice.
He's prepared. Yeah, he's prepared to beat the meat today.
Pete's still holding up a great pace.
Striding out now down the back straight.
They're
You can really
absolutely-
see the graph that Cameron is laying down here for his teammate.
He told us all he was going to save something
Yeah.
for the after party, but it doesn't look like that's the case anymore.
That smooth, efficient stride really does make the triers of this sport weep. To watch the ease with which Dempsey is running at under 4 minute a mile pace now.
It would be lovely to see Miles Weatherseed flying off the back about now, but he's not made it.
Cameron looking human on the front, working hard for that 2 minute 800 meters. Dempsey, heroic work from Pete Cameron as he
Jeremy.
runs 2 flat for the 800 meter split. Setting this up for Jeremy Dempsey.
This is incredible.
Hide your daughters, hide your wives.
Roger Bannister, as an ex-Oxbridge student, broke 4 minutes mile for the first time in history. Now Jeremy Dempsey's trying to do it here in the varsity match on his own. Chris Brasher's not here to help him. 600 meters to go. It's him versus the distance and the clock.
He's still absolutely flying around this bend.
Get that man.
Steve Prefontaine, who are you?
Where's Josh Lay?
Josh Lay's having
Josh Lay,
fun
are you
somewhere.
watching this, Josh Lay?
Putting on Instagram, Jeremy Dempsey is laying it down on his own now.
Not run there. He skipped
He's
oh my days!
okay. He needs to close. That's 3:03 with a lap to go. This is very hard now.
Pete's still going strong.
This is where it hurts.
Jeremy along the back
Remarkable
straight.
effort from Peter Cameron here, holding on for second place. This is going to be a truly emotional last 300 meters. Hopefully about 50 seconds later. And Dempsey coming in now. He's got about 20 seconds to get under 4. It looks like he's just going to be outside. He's run about 350 flat for the 1500 meters. Coming in now through 4 minutes now. He's about 40 meters short.
All the way through. Well done, Jeremy.
4:09 for the mile for Jeremy Dempsey. Cameron heroically holds on for second after having broken 2 in the 800. Kearns rapidly finishing.
It's a 1-2-3 for Cambridge here.
Impressive given how many rev strips he's made in the past month.
I see a few cocktails in those legs.
He's one mimosa
Liam
away
Smith
from
leaving it out on the track.
A PB, I don't know.
An incredible run from all guys here, but it just wasn't the day for Jeremy.
Pete Cameron, the man of the hour, is coming over. We haven't even had to ask him for an interview. He just wants to say something.
We got parental guidance on this. It was a bloody tough couple of laps at the end there.
I saw you reach for your upper groin just after going through the 800-meter point.
So,
what was that about? A little twinge?
I will confess, this is the first time I've worn these shorts.
And
I believe it was a
Did the mouse get out the house?
There was a former Oxbridge runner, what's his name? Oh.
John Cook?
No.
Or is that another controversy we don't want to get into today?
Oh, I've forgotten his name. Probably for the best. Who had that happen? You might need a long lens.
Yeah. We have got a live stream, but you are facing in the correct direction.
Okay, good. It happened more than once, I think. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. I feel you.
Oh, sorry.
I've had that happen to me in old shorts when
These are new.
they've lost the springiness.
But besides that, I would endorse Tracksmith. Oh my God.
So, Pete, was that a truly 100% effort through 800 meters?
No.
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 Just got it through in sub.
It was pretty close.
Get his.
Pan the camera.
No, I think the camera is.
And
that.
It's astounding to think that rig can take him at such a phenomenal pace around.
You wouldn't get much for that at the meat market, would you?
he's not carrying any extra weight.
That's a negative Naldrolone test right there. Just looking at him, he's not had any steroids.
Sorry about the intensity there for the live stream viewers at home. I think we've got some of the biggest talkers in Cambridge here. So I think we might talk through some of the field events.
We're on camera, I think. I mean, we're 30 seconds behind, but I think they have put us on camera.
It's before 8 PM. We can't show what Jeremy's
Is that looking towards
the watershed?
So it appears that the women's high jump has now moved back outside, perhaps because the pole vault is no longer happening. Right. Whilst we have a little lull in the action, we try and find some field events to show you. Why don't we have a little bit of interaction in the chat? Yeah, there's a live chat. Post a sporting rivalry that you think is as great as the Varsity match. Tottenham Arsenal. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been doing reps around the Emirates Stadium. Yeah. So I think I did cycle past. So there's White Hart Lane. Did Tottenham actually play? So talk me through that. What happened to White Hart Lane?
It's been significantly renovated. I'm yet to go to the new stadium. It's a
right,
dream
so
of
they've been
mine.
there.
Wembley, because they built it in the same place, so
Okay,
they
yeah.
had to bin the old stadium.
Yeah, I like that. I don't like this moving
Yeah.
about. Like the Emirates really doesn't have the soul of.
No, it
Like,
really
they try. They try by like putting up all these like figureheads.
I've heard
Emmanuel
artificial crowd
Petit.
noise. Emmanuel
of
Adebayor.
course.
Think they get Shamak there? Should we talk? Is it the triple or the long? It's very difficult to see from the commentary booth.
Someone's running. They're running. They've done a jump and a hop, and they've landed in the sand.
Do we know?
And now they're walking back.
Any way of finding the results?
Got an up-close view of Jeremy Dempsey, and his neck is very sweaty. He's definitely worked hard.
Knees are weak, arms probably heavy as well. And there will be vomit on his sweater very soon.
His mother's gnocchi.
In under 23s? Surely you didn't chon after that. Yeah, for all those that didn't know, Jeremy Dempsey's coming fresh off a 4:10 1500 metre race.
If anyone at the track is watching and wants to bring me a gluten-free snack, that would be amazing.
Are you celiac? Yeah, I had a bit of a panic 2 days ago.
Did you?
I had a weird rash and I googled it.
Tell the live stream about your rash.
Oh, well, I won't go into the details, but I had a little few chief swellings on my knees and elbows. Obviously took to Google to find out what was up with me, and the top result was gluten rash.
Okay.
But I decided I didn't believe that because I really like beer, cake, and bread. And obviously
Coronas are actually, they do contain a trace amount of gluten, but they are certified gluten-free because the amount of gluten is smaller.
I need something a bit stronger, McGregor.
A bit stronger than a Corona, man. But
Geen or two. To the unknowing, that's a Guinness.
Yeah. I learned yesterday that
Sometimes a pint of Nero.
Guinness is actually made from fermented penguins.
Delicious. Emperor penguins? Or?
Yeah. Oh, I think rock hoppers, really. You want something a bit more compact.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Do we know what's happening?
Sorry for anyone who's having to see the heavy patting on the live stream.
There's a Cambridge
Guys,
person about to go in the triple
tens of
jump.
viewers.
We've got a triple jumper going. Or it's just landed, I think, from Cambridge.
Oh, so the women's steeplechase is underway.
Are they mixing blues and seconds team?
Yes, I can see over 4 athletes and more than 2 colours.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mixing the
it looks like Oxford don't have a second team. I'm only seeing white shorts. Yeah, I'm sure you've worked this out by now, but
blame that on Bill Gates and the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The novel coronavirus discovered in 2019, not the common cold virus that everyone's had since they were 12.
Is that an influenza? The common?
No. Lots of common colds are caused by coronaviruses.
Oh no, I had heard this. Yeah. We're talking SARS-CoV-2.
Exactly.
Sarah Tisdall in the lead at the moment.
So
interesting fact: international rower.
So Sarah Tisdall actually won the boat race, the Oxford-Cambridge boat race. She's the stroke seat, so pretty incredible athlete trying her hand. Yeah, she's the best one. Stroke is the best one.
So let's calibrate that comment. She was in the winning boat.
She was in the winning boat for the Oxford-Cambridge boat race, and now she's trying her hand at steeplechase. We also have Maya. We have Maya also as the other Cambridge athlete in this race.
And then the alligators are in there too.
Can we just confirm Maya?
Maya. Confirm Maya.
And the one that's spelt
with an I is Maya.
Is called Maya.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
As far as we all understand.
Right.
Yeah.
That's.
And in the alligators, there's Maya and Maya.
Like 6.
No.
Right.
No. Don't be silly, McGregor. We've also got
there's unscrupulous people who think that they're above the new generation of the Hare and Hounds, who just refer to all new people as the mayors.
Do you want to name any names?
That's why I've taken the time to work out who the different people are. No,
so
I'm getting to know people.
So we've had an early lead taken by Oxford here.
That's the 100 hurdles. That's the 100 hurdles.
But they're virtual, so why would they come back?
I don't really know how I've landed myself.
I'm weighing it up.
So this is Ella Sharrock from Oxford we have in the lead. Just about to jump the hurdle.
I don't know. Does that work? I just can't.
I'm not sure whether people can hear us, Angus. Yeah, let's hope for their sake that it doesn't work.
So I try tune in and see what's
Yeah, go on. We might get some nasty positive feedback, but.
So Ella Sharrock looks as if she's got about a 10 to 15 meter lead here.
I feel you're more informed on that topic.
It works.
Just got confirmation that this microphone does work.
Wait, what happened? Someone's hit a barrier in the steeplechase.
We've had a dramatic clash with a barrier from an Oxford athlete, but she looks as if she's continuing on,
Crashing
soldiering
into the
on.
barrier is never what you want in a steeplechase.
Is part of the race though. It's kind of, yeah.
She's
That is
safely
what
over the
event
water
is,
jump.
Get over the barriers.
Looks like it hasn't changed the order.
Who can we get some confirmation on who was it who hit the barrier?
Tom Kearns has the inside info on the Oxford team, just telling us that it's Ella Sharrock and Claire Hammett running for the Oxford team.
It looks like Sarah Tisdall here is hanging on to Ella Sharrock, still about a 15 meter lead.
Is he
So Ryan, is this a 2,000 meter race?
This is a 2,000 meter race.
So Tisdale, very intense, real purpose coming off that barrier there. Maya from Cambridge is hunting down Claire Hammett from Oxford. It's very much a 2v2 battle
Cambridge
here.
second team.
Say again.
I was just saying, Rosa and Izzy just coming past in the Cambridge second team.
Thanks for that, Harry.
Turns out, are they called the Millipedes Oxford seconds?
Yeah, I think that's right.
They didn't want it today. I think they're focusing on other events.
It may also have been illegal for them to come, and they have been good people. Yeah. Listen to your government health advice.
Stay 2 meters away from Jeremy Dempsey.
Download Microsoft Teams and Excel at the next opportunity.
So the leading Oxford athlete has just cleared the water jump, coming round to the home straight. Ella Sharrock still with a 15 to 20 meter lead here.
It's good eyesight from you to tell the lead from this angle.
It's interesting though, because these
Am I
leads
wrong?
really haven't changed
Probably.
since
You're
the
probably
first
correct,
lap. It's been very evenly spaced. It's a real race.
They're coming into the last lap now, so things could get really interesting. They're through the bell here.
That's the bell, and
They've gone through. The leader went through in about 5:51.
It looks like they're swimming, and they're not even in the water jump at the moment. But
The Oxford athlete with
How long
the
did it
short
take you to think
droppy
of that one, Angus?
stride, and Tisdale striding out behind, trying to reel her in.
Maya has-
Cambridge moving into third place at the back in that battle for third.
So Maya has
We know
overtaken
that Sarah's
Claire
rowing
Hammett.
past.
and her basketball quality.
Looks like Rosa's quite strong in this last lap. She's got about 30 to 40 meters between her
Clearly,
and Claire
clearly
Hammett,
Alex
who's
Leggett.
ahead.
Alex Leggett.
Guys, one at a time.
Alex Leggett clearly gave us some pep talks beforehand.
Oh yeah, they'll have to move the barrier. Perfect.
Okay, the Oxford athlete is over that final water jump. Tisdale follows closely in behind and really gets going out of the water. There's about a 15-meter lead for the Oxford athlete, but she's got this final barrier to negotiate. Tisdale's coming hard. She's got to get over this safely. She can't afford to stud it. She looks behind and tries to get going. Tisdale hurdles it. She's coming really hard back at her now.
Huge run
the
from
Oxford
Sarah.
athlete is managing to rally. That's a fantastic race from both of them.
Looks like
That
the
really
winner-
was in doubt until the very last meters. A great race from both of them.
Looks like the
And it's
winner went
been-
through in 7:22, unofficially.
And Maya for Cambridge coming through to take third place, hoover up some points for Cambridge. With Hammett coming through from her second hurdles event of the day, doubling back from the 4 hurdles and also the 5K, the third event actually for Hammett. A heroic, unheard of double, 4 hurdles, 5K into the 3K. 2K straight. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so the results.
Men's triple jump results. I think we're highlighting this one because Jude Bright Davies has is it a record for the meet? It is. He's jumped further than S.A. Trigg in 2015 to gain a new championship record.
And to put that in perspective, Trigg was very close to making it as a professional athlete. He spent time competing at New Mexico after his time in the Oxbridge setup. That really shows the caliber of that performance from Bright Davis.
So Bright Davis's previous PB was 15:71, and he's increased that to 15:89. Good margin there.
In second place, Ryan Morgan, 13:51 from Cambridge. Then Morgan Treasure, also from Cambridge, in 12:54. Baker Lewama from the Alverstons in 11:90x. George Lodge from the Alverstons, 11:50x. James Odwell from the Centipedes in 11:40x. And Sandy Macaulay from the Oxford first team, according to my sheet, in 10:60. In 7th place.
You're back to basics anyway from now on.
And Tim Chan is on the start list, but NM, is that just no mark? No mark.
Yeah, that's I got that chun out of the body. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know. Is it just you get into a habit? We get dig into the well too early. Just habits. Ella Sharon. That's Ella Sharon. That's Ella Sharon. Do you want to interview Ella Sharon?
Ella.
Do you want an interview?
Ella, can we have you for an interview, please? We're having Ella for an interview here, winner of the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase.
Do you want the?
It's a bit weird. Oh, wow. Guest treatment. Thank you.
So Ella, you just won the 2K steeplechase, have you? Okay, so talk me through that, because you led it most of the way.
Yeah.
But you had the Cambridge athlete always shadowing you. How did you cope with that? Did you hold something back in case she came up on your shoulder?
I fully thought she was going to catch me up because I was kind of dying, and then when we came past the final water jump and we just had the last barrier, I knew that if I got over the barrier, I should be okay. But yeah, didn't hold a lot back. Just wanted to make it an honest race. So went out hard.
So are you a steeplechaser by trade, or is this a like?
I did two years ago when I was a fresher for Varsity and Coppers, and then this year I've done 2, one at Coppers and one at England under 23s, and that's it.
Okay, so a bit of experience.
Bit of experience. Yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like that was a PB.
Yeah, I mean I haven't raced for 2 years this distance, but yeah, pleased with that. So, yeah.
Especially on a very hyped day like this, it's been a bit of a stressful week going into it. Have there been any moments you've actually been able to have fun today? Or do you think yeah. What have they been?
I really enjoyed watching the men's steeplechase. Okay. That was really good. And then the 400 hurdles was not my forte, but I did have fun doing them.
So you've doubled back?
Yeah,
from the
doubled back from a big 400 hurdles.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid 82-second lap. So.
Yeah. Do you reckon it's easier for a steeplechaser to do the 4 hurdles or a 4 hurdler to do the steeplechase?
I'm sure a different steeper would be easier, but for me, not particularly.
No.
So, yeah.
I think that's all my
Thank
questions.
you for interviewing me.
Any more events for today?
No, that's it. I refuse to get roped into the mile. So, that's it. But yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a lot. I've seen someone tripled, didn't they? That was
Yeah,
that
Claro.
was big.
Claro
That was
did
big,
triple,
yeah.
which was big. But yeah.
I'll see if Claire's got the energy for an interview about that, because that was
nice.
A performance. Yeah.
Thank you very much for interviewing.
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you for being interviewed. Cheers. You too. Right. Where can I put this that's safe? Right, Ryan, we need to come up with some interview questions. No, because I want people can put them in the chat as well.
But we should probably go through some fields, cover some fields.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Which camera are we on at the moment?
Hopefully you're enjoying this coverage of the field events. I can't see them at the moment, so feel free to... It's the javelin, is it? Ah, okay.
So unfortunately, the javelin is at the far end of the track, and we have limited wire distance, but it does give us a good view of the long throws that they do get in.
You can see a horizontal javelin beginning to move laterally here, and it's into the air. Stayed fairly flat. We didn't have that satisfying point in the ground. Are we streaming?
No, it's fine. Stream's fine. It's fine. There we are. No, yeah, open track. Correct.
Oh, wow.
So this is Jan doing the javelin. Good throw from him. Jan is actually a Blues cricket player, but we've roped him in today to use his bowling skills for the javelin.
Yeah, that's like what they do at junior meets, isn't it? You do the cricket ball position.
Yeah, so at Quad Kids back in the day, they use the vortex now, but back at under 11 Quad Kids, it used to be the cricket ball throw. You were allowed to throw it as opposed to bowl it, but it's a lot of similar motions to the javelin, apart from the bent versus straight arm, of course. We've got a Oxford athlete throwing now. Good legal throw from him there.
We've got men's and women's discus results.
So I think we're going to run through the men's and women's discus results. So with the men, we have had Marley Young from Cambridge throwing 46.81 in the discus. It's a good win from him, ahead of Jonathan Lee from Oxford throwing 36.66. In third place, Ikechi Mere, or Mere, from Cambridge.
In the possibility
He
of
threw
a negative PCR test
36.18.
resulting in an athlete who would otherwise be unable to compete being able to compete. Well, the athletes have agreed this is fine. I think this is fantastic and in the spirit of the match. So the women's mile is at 5:40 about after the 4x400s, and hopefully it all turns out well.
For those of you that didn't hear the stadium announcement just then, we've had a move in timetable from the women's mile until after the 4x4 relay, as we're waiting for the results of a COVID test. And in the spirit of the sport, we've moved this back so that another athlete can have the chance to get those negative results.
We may attempt to slightly advance the times of the other events, but that depends on athletes' availability. Please, if you're warming up for an event from now on, maybe consider warming up 5 minutes earlier, just in case we decide to slightly push the times forward. But we'll probably stick to the timetable and then have the women's mile afterwards.
Again, I'll update you with that. We will be pulling the events slightly forward in time so that we can fit in that mile at the end, depending on athletes' availability. So the mile will be after the relays. Back to the women's discus results. In first place, we have Bridget Fryer from Cambridge, throwing 38.93. In second place, we have Chimdi from Oxford, throwing 34.43. We then have Cara
from Cambridge, throwing 28.25. In fourth place was came from Cambridge is Kira Messenger, throwing 25.69. From Oxford in fifth, Phoebe Baggett, throwing 23.99, and in sixth, Hannah, who is also Oxford, throwing 22.31. Well done to the women discus throwers. It's quite blustery conditions today, so I think it's been a little bit tougher on a lot of the throwers. Which camera are we on? Field. So we're on the field camera here, watching the javelin. This looks like a Cambridge Blues athlete throwing a good throw there. I believe that's Josh Makelum. Good legal throw, shown by the white flag that was raised. Josh's previous PB was 45.7, sorry. So let's hope he PBs today. Again, they're throwing into the wind. I believe that helps with the trajectory of the javelin. However, distance-wise, not quite beneficial. I believe that throwing into wind will often give you a more likely legal throw, as it will lead to the tip pointing down and landing in the ground first, while you can often get javelins stalling if you throw with the wind, where the tail touches the ground first and it's an illegal throw. The field official has blown his horn to alert the rest of the officials that the Oxford throw is about to throw. It's like a good throw from the Oxford athlete there.
I need to run off in the next like 30 minutes. So we've got someone else to film. Thank you for your help. Where are you off to? I got job interview. Oh, good luck then. Yes. At 6:30 on Sunday. Oh yeah. Yeah. They emailed me at 9:30 last night saying couldn't go for interviews or like, okay. I don't really want to, but yeah. That's what it is. I'll be there. Yeah. Yeah. I should probably go. Yes. And prep for that. Yeah. Yeah. Rightly so. I might have now. That's cool. The rest of it. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could switch Toby over. The field cameras usually just a bit static for now anyway until we find someone.
We've got another javelin thrower ready to throw.
Yeah. Cool. Good. Yeah.
Looked like a great throw from the Cambridge athlete there.
There's a 200 going in a minute. Yeah, go Toby. Leave it where it is. Toby, you want to leave that camera just where it is and watch the use this track
Underway in this 200 metres, a strong start from Cambridge and Oxford on the inside, looking to unwind that stagger. Cambridge athlete with the lead coming into the home straight. Looks like it's going to be a close race in this final 50. Oxford coming through. Isabella Booster all the way to the line. A dip on the line. I think it's a win for Isabella Booster of Oxford. Subject to confirmation from the officials, 27.16.
So multi-talented.
Looked like a great run from Joy Lindsay there, Lisney. I think you may have spotted how many events that Joy's doing today. She's very multi-talented. So Joy's previous PB was 26.47. Okay, so that looks like it was just outside her PB, which is great in the windy conditions right now. Well done to the Oxford athletes Isabella Busa and Rebecca Keddy. Interestingly, both Isabella and Rebecca are Kingston and Poly athletes as their home clubs.
Are we back to field camera now?
Back to the javelin now. I believe this is Jan Zamersky, ready to throw for Cambridge. Good little roar there from Jan. That was a legal throw, despite it landing relatively flatly. It is up to the discretion of the judge if the tip of the javelin doesn't pierce the ground and stay. Always good to hear the roars from the throws athletes. I'm not sure Jan... Actually, no, I have heard Jan roar when he's bowling a cricket ball as well. Not a pretty sight. Oxford athlete ready to throw now. It's a very high throw from the Oxford athlete.
If you are competing in the 200 metres, in the men's 200 metres, can you go to the start now? We are missing a Cambridge athlete at the 200 metre start, so if you are doing that, please get yourself over there now.
I think they might be doing that right now. I think I see some women athletes, but I'm not 100% sure. I might be wrong.
The men's jab.
Just looks like there's a lot of people over by javelin. I can't imagine all of them.
Men's jab is going.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I can't imagine it'll take that long. Yeah, we should be done 10 past 5. If it cuts out and there's like 2 throws left, so be it. Fine. Yeah, it's not like there's field events until 6, and so I'm happy to.
Should we spin that one while the 200 is still ready and just watch through the high jump?
Yeah, do you want a high jump update? Or you can just read it out.
I think we're going to give you a high jump update here.
Are we on the track?
So, where are we at the moment? So we've had the height of the bar is, I think they've just cleared 140, so it'll be going up to 145 now. The update is that we've had successfully cleared is Magda from Oxford, Florence from Cambridge, Astrid from Oxford, and Sienna from Cambridge. They're all over 140. So it looks like we've got the Oxford athlete about to jump. They're just steadying the bar, which can often be a bit of a problem in wind. Let's see if she can make it over this. Ooh, very good clearance there. Well done to the Oxford athlete. Yeah, the high jumpers only wear numbers on the back. Oh, actually, no. They usually wear numbers on the front. This athlete doesn't have. Not wearing. Yes, sorry, the Oxford athlete wasn't wearing any number there, so we can't identify her, unfortunately. That was Flo.
DQ, no number, DQ.
That was Flo taking one run up there. Let's see how she does with this one. Good clearance from Flo there. A good couple inches between her and the bar in that one.
This is an interesting dynamic, the difference between the high jumps and the long jumps, where it doesn't matter if you do an amazing jump. You only get the points for clearing the height.
interview an Olympian for 2 minutes. Just come stand here. Just stand here. Okay. Yeah. Well, you can stand a bit further away. A bit more. We've got an extremely exclusive interview here from soon-to-be Olympian Louise Shanahan. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling in general? Tell me about how you are at the moment.
I'm doing well. I have the 800 done and the mile to go, so it's been a semi-busy day, but yeah.
Is an event like this just keeping you ticking over and ready to peak in what, a month's time?
No, I've spent 2 years trying to get this blue, and I mean, COVID had other ideas, but I'm here today and I have one purpose, and that was to get the blue, so it's been a successful day all around.
There you are. You can have multiple priorities. One of them, going to the Olympics. 2, getting your blue at Cambridge. So, you're doing a lot of traveling at the moment. How are you dealing with traveling and training and competing all at the same time?
I'm just really, really tired and sleep deprived right now. So I've had a week of just jogging easy, trying to recover, but I'm too excited and I'm not really sleeping very well. So the plan over the next few weeks is to sleep more and get back into kind of full structured training, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens then.
Can you describe where you were and what you were doing when you realised you made the cut for that team, for the Ireland team?
So actually I was updating the world rankings every 5 minutes for the entire day, and then I had to board my flight from Switzerland to the UK, and 20 minutes into the flight they updated it, so I actually only found out at the very start of a 2-hour queue to border control, and I couldn't actually see the rankings because my phone was just going so crazy, but I guessed that everyone wasn't messaging me to tell me I hadn't got in. So yeah, so it was a very long queue. I made friends with an Australian runner, but yeah, it was really exciting and probably the best 2-hour queue for border control I've ever had.
Amazing. So if you have nothing to do while the Tokyo Olympic Games are going on, watch Louise run the 800 meters for Ireland. It's going to be an incredible experience, I'm sure. Any other last remarks? And any tips for people trying to get into running, or just trying to get to that certain threshold that they're stuck at?
I guess just put your shoes on and get out there. You don't run by sitting on the couch, so yeah, I guess just get up and do it day after day after day, and eventually you'll just get stuck with it.
Amazing. So consistency from Louise, that's the key. Any questions
Louise,
from you?
Are you happier as a 2:01 runner than you were as a 2:20 runner?
I'm a lot happier as a 2:01 runner than I was as a 2:08 runner, I can tell you that much. I ran 2:08 for 7 years in a row, and I don't think that made me happy. I wouldn't say I'm any less stressed or anything, so yeah, I don't know. Happiness is kind of separate from what time you run.
Close between Oxford and Cambridge here, possibly a dip out for second and third.
Ooh. That was a very tight race there.
Edmund Bruce with the win there for the
Cambridge win,
Cambridge seconds. Too close to call on second and third, I think. We'll have to wait for the official results to come.
So there was a strong win from Cambridge in first, but between second and third was a very close race. It'll be interesting to see the times there.
I think it was one of those ones where the Cambridge athlete was finishing much quicker, but actually when they crossed the line, I think the Oxford guy might have just had it.
But anyway, thank you for sharing your insight, Louise. We'll let you get away. Good luck with everything. Everyone on this live stream, I'm sure, wishes you massive luck.
Oh, yeah, what's happening in the mile?
The mile's been postponed to 5:45, so that one of the Oxford girls can hopefully race. So
Okay.
there's no point trying to race like winning by default. I want to
Yeah,
race and
yeah.
win, so yeah,
Yeah.
fingers crossed. She's allowed to run at 5:45.
Who is that?
Alex Shipley.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, fingers crossed. We've got a full start
Yeah.
line at 5:45.
You can always just go race her on the A-road.
That's true. I'll keep my mask on
Jog-
though.
Jog round and then just like nip out there.
Maybe.
Exciting. So we'll see Louise again at 5:45. Hopefully see you with another win. That looked like Magda there, just not being able to clear at what height are they at now? We're not exactly sure what height it is. I guess it would be 150 by this stage. Unfortunately, that looks like it's Magda at the competition.
Just so all track competitors are aware, all remaining track events other than the women's mile will be going on the timetable as printed. So all start times will be on the timetable with the exception of the already announced women's mile, which will be after the 4x4. So all
That
remaining
was
track events.
Leah Wenger there with extremely accomplished clearance. Really attacked that bar and flew over it.
Yeah, that's between the 4x4.
And can all track athletes also ensure that they are at the start of their event 10 minutes prior to the start time as printed in the timetable. So it's your responsibility to get your event prior to the timetable.
Seems to be some big gaps. I don't know how we're running quite so far behind. I mean, they'll make up time by the fact that, we've not had.
At the men, okay.
So it means things are now going to just be on time.
The men's 200 meters about to start. They've just got up out of their blocks.
That looked to me like a huge throw from a Cambridge athlete in the javelin. Is that big? Was that big, that throw? It looks big. Yeah, it looked like a proper throw. Yeah. To be fair, on Weatherseed and Harrington are like two of the top javelin throwers here. I think. Okay.
So we got Charlotte Dannett here, who is ex-Oxford president. It's been a tough day to try and get a team together. Your team managing today. How can you tell us about the struggles that you've been through today? Or we maybe think about that question. We'll wait for the 200 to start first. They're about to get down to their blocks. Yep, the marksman has told them on your marks.
Men's blues, 200 meters. They're settled in the blocks. Mr. Wilcox scampers away, checking their fingers are behind the lines. And they're off. Clean start. Great start from the Cambridge athlete further towards the outside. He's flying ahead of everyone. He's already miles ahead of the stagger. So it's Cambridge 1, Oxford 2, 3, Cambridge 4. And it's unfolded now off the bend into a Cambridge 1-2.
Very convincing win there from the two Cambridge athletes. And third and fourth for the Oxford. So yes, Charlotte, tell us about the struggles of today getting a team together.
So the next events on the track will be the 200-metre hurdles races for the women and followed closely by the men. So those are due to take place at 4:30. So if you are involved in those races, please go over now and make yourselves known to the officials.
Sorry, I think we've got a mic run out of battery. Try this.
So yeah, I think that hopefully the day is going better than I think we initially hoped we were rather nervous about the number of people that we've lost. But yeah, everyone's definitely doing themselves proud. I just feel very sorry for the athletes who can't be here today, because it's all happened so quickly. I just hope that everyone's getting well and that nobody suffers too much, other than obviously just being sad that they can't be at Varsity. The women's mile, we're really, really hoping that, subject to a negative PCR result, we'll have one of our women's blues able to run. Alex Shipley, who they've put in the effort, they've driven, they're sat in a car in the car park, just in case they get the PCR test through. We're pretty sure it's just a cold, but obviously better safe than sorry. So yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Men's 5K should be a good race coming up. Yeah, so on the men's 5K side, we've had a bit of a blow because Miles Weatherseed, who is our top seed, he is thanks for laughing at my joke, Ryan. He is unfortunately not been very well, so he will not be racing. He's one of the people who was waiting on a test result. So regardless, he wouldn't be able to compete today, but that's a real shame because he's in great form this season, and I think it would have been a really interesting race. So in the 5,000, we've got Tom Wood, who's made big improvements this year, so that will be really exciting to see. Obviously, we've got on the Cambridge side Jeremy Dempsey doubling back for the mile. And then
Could any available volunteers untasked with putting hurdles out go to the combined shot put for the men and women? We need 4 volunteers to help out with the combined shot put for men and women. So if you are a volunteer and you don't currently have a job, could you please make yourself known to the officials at the shot put?
Alex Brown coming back from the 800, Louise Shanahan, our pending Olympian, coming back, and obviously Barker as well, who had that really dominant display in the 5,000. So we shall see.
So Charlotte is a very accomplished runner herself, and she's actually just come back from the States. Spent the last year, or since Christmas, out in Georgetown, and she's put in some impressive performances in the last couple of weeks and months. How did it compare training out in Georgetown and with the gang out in the States compared to training at Oxford? Do you think there's a big gap? Is there a big jump? How do they compare?
I did miss my Oxford setup. I think it's been quite difficult because at Georgetown it was very similar. Like DC was very much similar to lockdown here, so I was having to be COVID tested twice a week just to be allowed to meet with the team.
And the women's captain go to the scorer's desk to resolve an issue with the 200 meters, please.
And I think I have to go because they just asked me. I'll come back in a second. Sorry.
Right, Charlotte has more important things to do. She will nip back and tell us about her experience in the States a little bit later on. Right, so we are still looking at the high jump here. We've got Flo about to attempt this jump. Good clearance, very good clearance. Just brushed that bar as she went over.
That was really quality. Approaching it, it didn't look like there was a chance, and then she just leapt over it at the last moment.
So she's just jumped 155 there. That's only 5 centimeters under the blue standard, which is 160 for women. She looks pretty happy with that, so well done, Flo. Now we have the Oxford athlete. Oh, unfortunately knocked that bar as she came up. It came up towards the bar. Maybe that's a slight run-up adjustment. I think that might have been Astrid there, Astrid from Oxford, with a, or possibly Astrid is out. Let's try and see if we can that number.
Do we know,
so that's 317.
What's the rule? Are they allowed to? Does that count as a failure if they abort?
No, as long as they don't pass the vertical plane of the bar, they can still attempt the jump as well,
okay.
but they have to do it within the minute they're allocated for their jump.
Right,
So
okay.
Cambridge athlete attempting that, unfortunately knocking that off.
Yeah. That we have just confirmed.
Apologies, that was an Astrid. In 3:17, that's Eleanor Vickers, who just cleared 1:55, which is her PB. So well done, Eleanor. Hopefully she can push that PB a little bit higher with the next round. Now we have Leia, the Cambridge president, Athletics Club president, about to jump 1:55. Oh, just looked like she just clipped that with her calves as she came over. I think she possibly
amazing to compare Leia to the other Cambridge athlete. The way like Leia's really attacking that bar, really like springy and bouncy on her approach compared to the more just rolling up and getting all that energy from the very last stride from the other athlete.
I apologise. Before I said 160 was the blue standard. It's actually 163. So they all need to be jumping. As in this competition, they're going up in 5 centimetre jumps. They would have to jump 165 to get that blue standard. Unfortunately, 3:17. Eleanor Vickers did not clear that bar just then. Looks like they are now taking up to 160.
Do they? Is there a set increment, or do they ask the athletes what are you happy with each time?
I believe this is 5 centimetre increments. I think at some competitions it will go up in 3 centimetre increments until there are a certain number of athletes left in the competition.
So they could go to 160, then go 163 and 166, but you can't go like 160, 163, 168.
Yeah.
Can't do a 3 then a 5.
You'd have to give people the option, but they can always just pass whatever they want, right?
What number is this? So this is Sienna about to jump. Ooh, unfortunately did not clear that bar.
We still look like we might be a couple of volunteers short for the combined shot put. So again, if you are free and a volunteer and don't currently have a task, could you please make your way to the shot put fan so that that combined shot put competition can get underway on time.
So we're going to update you on the javelin after round 4. This is the men's javelin. Currently in first place is Jude Compton-Stewart from Cambridge, who's thrown 56.44. In second is Rowan Burford from Oxford, 49.51. In third place is Josh Makelum, who's from Cambridge, 43.86. And fourth, Max Hubner, who is from Oxford with 40.23. In fifth place, we've got Joseph from Oxford, 39.97. Jan in sixth from Cambridge, 32.68. And seventh is Andrew Tewaternaud, who is also from Cambridge, 32.31. So they've got 2 throws to go in that competition.
It's called the American International College in Massachusetts. It's not a good school.
Do you know Paddy Clark then?
I don't know him.
Not go at the same time.
But
yeah,
I know that he was there.
Yeah.
Before me. I think
There was a few Brits, weren't there? Actually.
Yeah. No, there's Charlie Jocelyn Allen.
Yeah.
And Will New.
Yeah.
So this is Sienna, I believe, about to attempt 160. Unfortunately knocked that barrier off. I think that's her out of the competition, judging by the claps. Well done to Sienna for the 155 jump. Her PB is 157, so just underneath her PB, but good on her. because you're doing all this, the camera's now doing everything.
Yeah, okay. We've got the other camera pointing at the
So is that women's triple jump or is that women's long jump?
Maybe we should talk about them for a sec. Yeah, should we talk about triple jump for a little bit?
It's literally just started, and we've had a foul from one athlete, so not a lot to report.
Yeah. So we're going to talk through the women's triple jump athletes. Their competition has just started. We've had. So we're going to talk through the start lists. From the Oxford team, for the Blues, Oxford Blues, Adana Ekoku, Lucy Thompson, and then from Cambridge Blue team is Mary Adeniji and Charlotte Ellis. I apologise for butchering those, I'm sure I have. And then for the Oxford second team is Zoe Marshall and Iris May Morse. From the Cambridge second team is Penelope Batty and Irina Ferapontova.
Any chance I could see what you can see? Just, have you got the camera with you? It's fine. Let's have a quick look.
Just beginning to see some of the 5,000 meter competitors on the outer warm-up trail, beginning to get things going. Some of them, certainly some of the men will run more than the whole race distance as part of their warm-up, but obviously at a much lower intensity.
200 hurdles. Okay, should we talk about 200 hurdles? Oh yeah. Can we switch to the track? Okay, we're on the track camera.
We're about to start the 200 hurdles on the track. Got some athletes in the blocks and they're away. So this is the women's second team 200 meter hurdles. A unique event. Not very much run outside of the varsity match. It's very even so far.
So this event is sometimes called the low hurdles because these barriers are actually slightly lower.
The same as the 4 hurdles, right? Same height.
I think possibly. Lower than sprint hurdles.
Yeah. As Oxford with a comfortable lead now over the final barrier. I think this is the same matchup that we had. And Oxford takes the win. Cambridge closely behind in second.
Good run from both girls.
Do you want to come do an interview? We're getting live results, I think. But yeah, are you done now? You're not doing anymore. Okay, cool. Come have a chat.
So we have Jan here, who is a Blues cricketer who is trying his hand at the javelin today, as he's done a few times before. What's the comparison between bowling a ball and javelining a javelin?
Yeah, well, it's quite different, but it's similar enough that your muscle memory just sort of doesn't do you any favours. I find it quite difficult, the transition. But it was quite windy today, so I don't think anyone was throwing that far. But yeah, it was a nice competition. I think Cambridge won most of it. So I think Oxford might have taken the men's seconds or something. So which is the one I was in. There we go.
What kind of cricketer are you?
I'm a bowler.
Oh, well.
I'm a bowler. So
what's
I think
the
the javelin helped my bowling, but I wouldn't say my bowling helps my javelin.
Okay.
So that's interesting. Thinking about bowling from a more athletic perspective was good for me as a bowler, but I've bowled far too much for me to be a good javelin thrower.
Okay. That's interesting because I would have thought the javelin is a slightly less precise event where small bits of technical difference don't matter
I
quite
would say
so much.
the javelin is more technically precise. Cricket is more sort of outcome based precise. So
Okay.
I think a lot of javelin throwers are thinking really technical all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas as a cricketer, that's not really a good thing.
You're thinking more I want to bowl in a away swinger rather than
there's just lots of
that
ways.
means I need to open up my body slightly more.
There's lots of ways to bowl a cricket ball, but there's not really lots of ways to throw a javelin well.
Okay.
You have to generally get the fundamentals there.
Yeah.
And it can be quite hard for lots of people to do that. Or very hard for me to do that.
Yeah.
An amateur as well to not bend your arm, and so I see some javelin throwers who end up almost bowling it, and actually you lose a lot of momentum and speed with that in your arm. So I can see how a cricketer might fall into those tendencies again, and it gets the ball going well, but doesn't get the javelin going quite as far.
I was just about to say, Jan, we have your housemate here, Joy, about to run the 200 hurdles.
Well, good luck to her. Cheers, guys.
Good luck from Jan to Joy. The 200 hurdlers are about to get down into their blocks. Yeah, good. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, that's.
Are you doing the 5K?
No, you're going to commentate.
Oh, cool.
5K?
Yeah, I thought you were.
That would explain me just slowing the fuck down at the end of that 15. Oh, jeez.
Hey, I think that's your issue, is that you forgot that there was an extra.
And
100 meters.
they're away.
200-meter hurdles on the way. Quick start from Oxford on the inside.
Is that I've been
Already
up
unwinding
and
that
down like a
stagger.
fucking yo-yo.
Cambridge in off the tube.
So they're coming around the bend into the home straight here. Looks like the Oxford athlete has a healthy lead, but Joy is coming back quite strong. And it's an Oxford win. Cambridge second, Cambridge third. And then we have a fourth place from our Oxford athlete Ella, who we interviewed earlier. Very well done to her. She has done the 400 hurdles, the steeplechase, the 200 hurdles. Really, really pulling her weight for the team there. Yes. Yeah.
I always find that when I have a bad race, I'm not tired at the end.
No, I didn't execute that right, did I?
I hate it the most when I'm doing it, and then I'm just not tired at the end. Good race, when I'm doing it, I'm like, I'm fine, and then yeah. How long have we got until 5? It's like 5 past 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then the 5K.
We're meant to be having the 4x1s before the 5.
Really?
We've got the men's 2 hurdles, then the 4x1s, then the 5, then the 4x4s, then the 5.
So up next is the men's 200 hurdles, and then we start moving into the relays.
Yeah, the mile got moved to the. Yeah, the mile got moved. Yeah,
the 5K is scheduled last.
Oh, yeah, the 5K. Oh, yeah, between.
5K is scheduled after the 4x1.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense. Although, to be fair,
Maybe they were trying to do something sensible, like do it when it's cooler. But like 5 o'clock is not normally cold on hot days. Not really cool. So what has happened with the Oxford COVID stuff? Like, why has everyone got it?
well, everyone came out of exams. And they did what they normally do when they come out of exams.
Fair, yeah.
And I think the same thing happened in Cambridge as well.
Yeah.
Your cases are spiking as well.
Yeah.
Oxford's cases have gone through the roof. And
Are they being more on it with testing people?
I mean, they're pretty on it with testing.
Yeah.
Like, we've got like 3 or 4 pop-up centres immediately.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, I mean, I got PCR'd on Monday and I've just been hiding since then, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Seems like.
So whose rules are we following?
In what way?
In like the whole like so is it basically just contact tracing rules if you get track and traced?
So if you get, the way we're doing it is if we're being told to isolate, then we isolate, and we're not. We're only racing if we.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Are legally are not told to isolate, do not have COVID, and can produce a negative lateral flow test.
Okay. Yeah.
Like all 3 must be met.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just the rules for anyone doing anything in society, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's the rules for any track meet pretty much as well.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact that you have to show a negative lateral flow to get in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So. Yeah. I think it's reasonable. I think we're as safe as we can reasonably be.
Yeah.
And we're definitely orders of magnitude more spread out than many other sporting events going on at the moment, and we have very few. I mean, supposedly no spectators. I suspect that there are a few volunteers who are spectating.
But no, you're right. There's like basically no one here unless they're doing something.
Yeah. We're on a skeleton volunteer basis as well. And I don't think, we've not got anything post-race socials planned at all. We're just being told to go home and go to sleep. And expect to probably be contract traced. Regardless. I mean, I've definitely accepted that I might be.
Really?
Well, I mean, every time you meet up in a group, you're putting yourself at risk, right? So the question is, do you
bet I'm just out of that kind of thinking, because although I'll meet up with maybe 8 people.
Yeah, but
that network expands so much slower when they're not all students.
Yeah, for sure.
Underway in this first, the men's 200 hurdles. Strong start.
Oxford's gone flying out here.
This Oxford athlete, I think, has already won several events today.
Blake Strickland Bennett, he's already won twice today in the second.
Blake Strickland Bennett. Oh, Oxford is being closed down.
Potentially a hat trick, but it could come down to the wire.
He's gone, and he's over the last 3. I don't know, he's through. Oxford take the win. 3rd of the day, and that's really important for the men's seconds, which I think is quite close, actually.
Really? Wow.
I'm not certain. I might be chatting shit.
I mean,
there.
he's won 3 events, so that's already a lot of points.
3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Given it's 1 point for the winner, and that's it.
Wait, really?
Yeah, we're doing transatlantic rules, so winner gets 1 point. That's it. Because of the reduced teams.
Wait, you only get points for winning races?
In the seconds. In the blues, it's scored 5, 3, 2, 1 as normal.
Oh, okay, because then an individual who doesn't have a teammate can still do a really good result.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
I think is fair, given
a 2-3-1, a 1-4-2-3 is only a 1 point swing, right?
1-4-2-3 is a 1 point swing.
Yeah.
But also.
Hello. Are you alright? You look very different to what you looked like earlier. Were you wearing glasses or something? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Yeah.
We're gonna pass over for an interview.
Cool, I'm back, guys.
Boys who can ping jabs.
Oh,
wow, we're on camera and everything.
Cool, we're on camera. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Tell us about javelin.
Sport.
Did you
It was okay.
It was okay.
It was all right. None of us are complaining. What did you 240?
43, 80 something. SB.
Dear,
Can't complain.
Not bad.
Cord.
I think I
Okay.
technically got a PB, but I don't know.
Technically got a PB, but you don't know. Sorry. Yeah. What objects do you think you could throw the furthest?
Are they the results? What are they?
Very
56,
nice.
44. Has anyone
Very
got a
nice.
program?
Yeah, we got lots of programs.
Sweet. Can you check? Yeah, I'll check my PB.
Should we read some bios? Let's read some bios out loud while we're here. No, let me read his bio. Woohoo! So I'll introduce the concept of blues
3:30.
bios. So blues bios are for people who are on the blues team.
What was my throw save? Was it 56-44? Cracking. I have a 37 or 36 centimetre PB.
And the idea is that a fellow blues athlete writes a bio, just basically introducing who the person is. So shall we start? Who should we start with? Who wants to go first? Jude.
Yeah, okay.
If rumours are to be believed, Jude's javelin career began on a boat. Having trained initially with an oar, Jude is hoping that the switch to a lighter, more aerodynamic javelin will be accompanied by a huge PB today. It was. Or at least, at the very least, that he'll receive less heckling as an athlete than as a boatie. I don't know what that's referring to in the slightest. After completing his master's degree next year, Jude plans on extending his time in Cambridge by undertaking a PhD. His reasoning for this is twofold. First and foremost, he is unwilling to relinquish the role of squad leader. After 2 uncontested years, he's built up a dependence on the rush he gets from absolute power. Secondly, although admittedly in the same vein, Jude can't stand the prospect of having a boss. Man, can he throw a javelin, though?
Oh, that's smooth, that final line.
What's your reaction?
My reaction is Josh clearly had help writing it.
Josh had no help, right? He had no help whatsoever, and I refute those claims wholeheartedly.
I just think it's important to point out that Martha was sat enjoying the Kuka party at the time.
Arse.
Nice one.
Okay, next on to Josh. On to Josh. Josh Mike. Is it Mike? Oh, I've been pronouncing it wrong for 3 years. Cool. Josh Makelum. More like Josh make him give up and go home as soon as they realise he's back for another year of sweet Jav.
I enjoyed that.
Where most saw COVID as an obstacle, Josh saw an opportunity. After months of revered meditation, a small stint in a cell, and several more months of limbering yoga, his mind is clear, his cause just, motives questionable, but that was settled in court. Don't let his almost complete absence from training over the past year fool you. He's more ready than breakfast to crush some Oxford hopes and dreams out on the run-up.
There's more interesting stuff.
What, you don't want any of more,
Sorry to interrupt that for the Cambridge, for the Blues.
Come on, Sam Clark!
2 hurdles.
Come on,
Sam Clark
Woo!
coming
Sam
home
Clark
for the third win.
Very nice, Sam!
Took the time to look his competitors in the eyes going over the last hurdle.
If he's not ready to vomit, should we get an interview?
Yeah.
Does anyone have anything to add?
No.
Nothing to add.
Do you want to say anything for on legal basis? No. Okay.
When they said Kuka earlier, I'd like to clarify they just mixed up Kuka with Kuak. It's a really, really easy and honest mistake to make. There was, you guys just weren't invited.
Start-finish line.
Javelin.
Change over duty on the 4x1 relay.
Okay, well, thank you guys. Oh, we've got Josh, not Josh, what's his name? Joe and Sam. See you guys. Sam, Joe, come on. Come and have a chat. So Joe was a bit salty that I didn't interview him earlier, so I'll start with Joe. Tell me.
Oh, I see you there.
Have a seat, yeah.
Sam, have a seat as well.
Tell me, Joe, how does it feel to run the 200-metre hurdles looking exactly like Boris Johnson?
Ha! Ooh. Well, I won't go that far. All right.
Well, I mean, someone did on the pen name spreadsheet, so...
Yeah, that was a bit harsh, I think, to be honest, who said that. But, yeah, it's all right. I didn't fall over.
Didn't fall over?
I'll take that. Yeah. Oh.
And how are you doing, Sam? How's it? How was that run?
It was okay. I knew it wasn't going to be a good time for wind, but made it to the end. Made it. Didn't fall over the last hurdle, so that's always good.
Yeah. Thank you. Wow.
No, I didn't. I got cramp going over the third hurdle, so I was a bit worried. But
yeah,
I made it to the end.
Cool.
Yeah. Come on, Cambridge.
Come on, Cambridge.
Think
Talking
we've
of
got
which,
this match, but
Oh, nice. Are we commentating?
Yeah, you're commentating. I know, but I need to switch kits because I'm running for second.
yeah, I do as well.
Oh, I might.
Right, what's happening with this fight? In the triple jump, we have a lead for Cambridge. Well, a 1-2-3 for Cambridge, with the first Oxford athlete being in fourth place, but that's a centipedes athlete. Um, yeah, so I'm guessing what's going on here is we've got so if you're in the blues team, you have to be in the blues team for every event. You can't do blues team some events. So I'm guessing the best Oxford triple jumper is also doing lots of other events for the centipedes, it looks like, because Lucy Thompson is not a triple jumper. Yeah, I'm sure she won't mind me saying that. Yeah, she's a 5K runner. Okay, so we've got in first place at the moment, Mary Adenji, Mary Adeniji, with 11:51. In second, Charlotte Ellis, 10:44. Third place, Irina Ferapontova. Irina Ferapontova, in 10:24. So a pretty close battle for second place. Iris May Morse, the first Oxford competitor, in fourth place, 9:78. And Penelope Batty for the Alligators of Cambridge in 8:07 in eighth place. And no marks so far for Zoe Marshall, Lucy Thompson, and Adana Ekoku. Okay. That's 3 rounds. 3 rounds gone. Setting up now on the track, ready for. According to the schedule, it should be the relays, and I can see some fast-looking boys walking about. Don't know who Tom Fisher is. Text your mates and come and ask them to be interviewed. The women's mile race has been moved to the final event of the day at 5:40 in order to allow time for potentially an Oxford athlete to return a negative PCR test to allow them to compete. So I suspect that's why we've got a little gap in the action on the track here for the moment. Because it wouldn't have been fair to shift everything forwards and complicate things with people's warm-ups and coordinating doing multiple events. Were you running the stream from the Loughborough International? Was it that, or was it like just a Birmingham meet?
I've done the Birmingham one.
There was just one where I was like kicking off in the comments section between like the field events people and the track people.
100 metre relays for the men and the women will be the 5K for men. So if you are competing in the 5K for men, please make yourself known to the officials now.
Tiny budget and no licensing experience and we're having
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like you've got like a producer team behind who's like recording stuff and then like playing the highlights later and like.
As soon as there is a stream, they're like, why isn't the stream perfect?
Yeah.
Rather than
We've just had a big meeting with all the sprinters for the 4x100 relays. And what has been decided is that there will be 2 races, a men's and a women's race. The women will go first. And within each of those races, both the Blues and the second teams will compete.
4x1 meter relay. So if you are on the track and you're not involved in the women's 4x100 meter relay, can you get off of it?
Okay. Irina Ferapontova. Yeah. So the final results from the women's triple jump. We have in first place Mary Adenji in 11:97. Then second, Charlotte Ellis. Third, Irina Ferapontova. Fourth, Iris May Morse. And fifth, Penelope Batty. Now, the women's 4x100 meters. We've had the starters with. There appears to only be one Oxford team. And they're underway. The Cambridge second team got a very good start. The Blues team left a little bit standing in the blocks, but they're well into their running now. Coming into the first changeover. Cambridge lead. Cambridge second team doing well to take up that stagger on the Blues team. And the Cambridge Blues team have messed up that handover. The Cambridge athlete had to stop and wait. We'll see if it was a legal changeover. I can't see any flags at the moment. I'm hearing that was a safe change. And again into lane 2. The race is still well in the balance. Cambridge actually have wrestled themselves back into a lead.
Final changes done for the Cambridge teams and Oxford.
So it is a Cambridge 1-2. Despite a completely botched first changeover, the Cambridge Blues team bring it home in 52, having stopped dead during the first changeover. And Oxford come through in third place. Wow, I was about to comment on hoping that the batons would get round before the start of the race, but lucky I didn't, otherwise it would have been my fault. So this is definitely not official, but from what I've overheard, the Oxford athlete in the women's mile, I believe it's Alex Shipley, has returned a negative PCR test. And so will be able to compete in the women's mile at 5:40. That's good news for all of us. Louise Shalahan will remain the favourite going into that race, but it will now become an honest race. It won't just be a procession. The men's 4x1 teams preparing their blocks. There will be 4 teams in this race. The Cambridge second team in lane 2. The Oxford second team in lane 3. Cambridge Blues in lane 4. And the Oxford Blues in lane 5. Interesting choice from the Oxford Blues team to take the outside lane. Does make it easier on the bends, but they'll be running blind the whole way. They'll hope to see no one else for the whole race. Call to their marks. It's always an awkward sight seeing these sprinters trying to hold a baton as well as hold themselves in their starting position. The wind blowing pretty strongly now. Okay, and they're off. Clean starts from everyone. Both Cambridge teams have quickly taken up that stagger and get the batons away. Safe change from everyone. It looks like a little bit slow from the Oxford Blues team. Or was that the Oxford? No, that was the Oxford seconds team that was slow on that change. Cambridge streaking away now. Don't forget they've got the stagger to unfurl as well. They just need to get this baton round. The Cambridge second team well in the lead against the Oxford second team.
And again for Oxford, Cambridge second team has come through in the second place.
So Cambridge 1-2 once more. Easing through the line, 44-28. There is a yellow flag on the change. Flag on the change. Still yellow. It's being waved about. Don't know if we're waiting for a red one or what, or if they're going to talk about it. Some Cambridge athletes in conversation with the officials, which wouldn't be good from a Cambridge point of view, you would think. But I think we'd all be a bit disappointed if we came away from a varsity meet without some form of controversy to talk about for about 6 months afterwards. So, having had those 4x100 races, we've now got a mass of runners of a quite different stature appearing at around the 200 meter mark, ready for the men's 5,000 meter run. An event once again plagued by dropouts, but a fairly strong Cambridge team. Joe Massingham striding away in the back straight there, a PB this season of in the low 1420s, so around 68 seconds per lap. If anyone wants a bit more of an idea of what shape that boy is in, go try it tomorrow. Go try and run a 68 one time, and then imagine doing it 12 and a half times in a row without a break. doubling back from the mile, we've got Jeremy Dempsey as well, who has run quicker than that, around 14:15 earlier in the season. But he's focused much more later on the 1500. We're just talking about Angus Harrington here, and yeah, he hasn't run for like 3 weeks, because of a potential. Well, I think a stress response in his foot, and then yeah, he turned up, ran 1:53, and then is taking another 2 weeks off. Yeah. Yeah, it was very noticeable. It's like he normally looks so much easier. Running. Yeah, so what do they go through in like 55, 56? Like, he'd normally be going through in 51, 52. Yeah, 1:48, I think. Yeah. Okay, the 5K men coming up to the curve now. Be interesting to see how people approach this. Are they going to try and run a time or just run for the win? Slightly counterintuitively, I think if you it's much easier to try to run a time trial if you have no competitors. But if there's someone sitting on you, it's very hard to commit to that pace, knowing that they might come around later. You always feel you want to save something. Here is that man in the boot. It's just a bit of a fashion accessory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just for sympathy, really.
Yeah.
So do we expect J Mass to run away with this, or do you think he's going to sit in?
I don't. Wait, is Dempsey running the race? Oh, they started. Oh, I've missed my lap. I just don't see Dempsey accepting. I don't see him accepting losing.
No, very true.
He's a competitor.
He was giving chat about sitting behind Tom Wood, but
they threw in 37 for that first 200 meters.
So that's 74 seconds a lap, which most of these guys could run for a 10K.
Could run before breakfast.
No, I don't think Tom Kearns can run 31-minute 10K.
So in this race, we've got Tom Wood, Indy Barnes, and someone else. Indy Barnes has put hay in the barn all year. He's ready for this. Tom and Indy are both in good shape, but Massingham is probably stronger than all of them. I don't know who's in our second team.
As close as possible to on time.
So I think Cambridge are quite clear now overall in the blues, but they're quite close in the Albert. So
neither Joe Morrow nor Miles Weatherseed are racing in this.
So I think it's pretty clear from the way these guys have set out that we're racing for the win here. Time is out the window. This is going to be a proper mano a mano. Get to the finish line first.
I do not know who that is in last.
A 73, 74 for that lap. So, again, well within most of these guys' capabilities, I think.
Definitely a tactical affair incoming.
Tom Kearns coming off the back a little bit there, but I'm sure he'll stick in for a few more rounds. Henry Silverstein, he's in there as well, right? Yeah.
Weeks, I think. So not really sure what to expect from him, but he seemed confident. So.
And he's running confidently, sitting on the back of Dempsey.
Yeah. Kearns just clawing his way back onto that group. Yeah, Silverstein is a very strong runner. He's not necessarily the quickest or most impressive guy, but he can maintain a strong pace for a long time. Exactly, he's a box, le box as the French call them. In contrast to the gicleur of Dempsey. Don't put that in Google Translate. Massingham with a slight frown on his face.
Tom Wood just checking his watch there, just not
probably
trusting the clock.
Probably concerned about the
get
pace.
that with these long distance boys. They trust their watches more than they do the electronic timing. But,
I think it's the length of the track that's always in question. Like when your GPS is telling you you're running 420 pace, and the lap splits are like 73s, and you're just like this track's short, man. No, wait, which way around? No, this track's long.
Yeah, the track would be long. That would be how it would be. Massingham's frown, a sign of worry, maybe.
Massingham worries. It doesn't matter how good a situation he's in. Massingham worries. So don't read into that. Kearns would claim that he's giving himself room here.
The tactical tactical attack off the back from Kearns, much like Chris Froome has been doing all tour.
Kearns was concerned about clipping Henry's heels, so he's just giving a little bit of space there.
Let's not forget that Kearnsy is doubling back from the mile, which he ran very strongly in.
Really strong run from Kearnsy in that.
And he is looking good. He's moving very well.
Yep. Massingham running in lane 2. That will cost him 7 meters a lap.
It's not 7 meters. No way.
7 meters a lap.
Really?
Yeah. Spenny move.
Completely forgotten to press the lap button here, so I'll be able to give like a 3-lap split in a moment.
Phil O'Dell's now started working in 1200 meter splits.
Yeah.
That's the guru.
If you've got the mindset, you don't need to check every lap. I had to start slapping Joe Massingham in sessions because he looked at his watch so often. So it's a good way to get yourself through a session, like
what, abusing Joe Massingham.
Yeah, exactly. No, for him as well. Just like it takes your mind off the pain.
Mile in about 4:55, 5 minutes. So maybe a touch quicker than the first K, but not much. Not much happening yet. It's still well and truly a tactical affair. Although we have gone down, Kearnsy's now definitely falling further back than can be claimed to be tactical.
But these boys looking good, looking strong.
Indy looking very relaxed here. Very long stride, and he's only a fresher, so plenty more to come from Indy.
Is it Indy's the one with the long hair? Yeah.
No, that's Tom Wood, who's been missing a hairdresser since lockdown 1. Some say that he's actually just scared and believes he's Samson now.
Mate, give him my number. I'll sort him out.
I've seen your haircuts, McGregor. I think we'll be passing.
Almost a little bit of bunching there in the group. I think perhaps, yeah, the guy is even if you're running within your capability, it's hard to do it on the front when you've got people behind you. Makes you feel nervous that you haven't dropped them and you don't want to commit yourself. Don't want to put yourself in that red zone that there's no coming back from in a 5K.
Tom Wood is infamously known for his colossal kick. It'll be interesting to see how that measures up to Dempsey and Massingham.
Dude, Dempsey's run 150 this year. Come on, let's let's not be silly.
Wood does not have a kick.
Right, I'm going to try and press the lap button here. I pressed it. So that's 6:08. So I'm guessing that was for 2K.
No.
It must have been. Yeah, but I started it here, right?
Oh, okay,
And
right. So you've done 400 to 2,400. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Tommy. Tommy.
Yeah, exactly.
Tommy Lee's perennial competitor, multiple blues runner, blues hockey player, blues modern pentathlon.
He is
blues
proving
swimming.
the point that you should not have headphones on the track because he cannot hear people telling him to take them off. Cause an accident.
So McGregor, how do you think the commentary's gone today? How would you rate
Been
yourself
good
out of 7?
Out of 7, I'd say a 4. It's an absolute score of 3. A relative score, given it's my first time, of 4. I think. Yeah.
So you're giving yourself a +1 Virgin commentary bonus.
Yeah. For first time.
Very reasonable.
Because yeah, it's like honestly, it's a long time. Like when I'm listening to Test Match Special, I do sometimes think like, why are they changing every half an hour? But like, there's only so many things you can talk about.
There's only so much shit you can chat.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't go and pan to a chateau.
Yeah, with people, it's so much easier. Like, I think I've slowly built into the more conversational tone of like just speaking to you rather than talking to the microphone.
Yes.
Which feels awkward when you start.
So we've just come through 3K in about 8. No. We're going to be coming up to 3K.
Yeah.
At this
in
split.
150.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like a 9:20.
It's 5 laps to go when they get through the start-finish here.
Turning the screw now?
I'd expect the screw to be turned from about a mile or 1,200 out. That's what I think they'll probably be going
I'm
for.
very impressed Henry Silverstein's still in there. Very little training, so he's really sitting in nicely. I think he's got a PB of 1550 as well, so I think he's actually on
9:18.
Oh wow, he's on
through
PB
the
pace. Yeah. Oh, someone's
3K.
trodden on the
And
rail
we've got-
there
is
and
that a
disrupted it.
DQ in the 4x1?
The officials are taking
People were
very
asking for
close order of
confirmed
that.
From we don't know which team.
It would
but
seem
someone
very
has been
harsh to
DQ'd.
disqualify someone for doing something which would pretty
Termsy
obviously inhibit
working
them.
around
But
15:52 pace right now, going through a 9:31. We'll see how he holds on as this race continues, given that he's now on his own.
yeah, he is on his own.
And the Beast Oxford Seconds runner is going through 16:30 pace probably.
I'm just hearing that Joe Massingham is wants to dedicate this race.
Joe
to
Massingham making a big move off the front now. Joe Massingham has just hit the front.
All of the other participants in his social activities over the last few months. So big shout out to you guys. And it is Massingham who takes the front now.
Massingham.
Here we go, boys. The jogging has stopped. The boys are out the back and the men are going to the front.
So that
Massingham staring into the distance. The Oxford athletes staring at the track in front of them. They can't bear to look at him disappearing away from them into the distance.
Either confident of catching up or very aware that he has a 4x400 meters in 10 minutes.
Was that chat against Dempsey?
I think it was, yes. So Joe took
Kern's
that
just
lap in
getting
about
stuck in.
66 seconds, I think. Definitely, this is a long run from home.
Dempsey will be content to win by the narrowest of margins, or rather, to finish second by the narrowest of margins.
So Massingham very, very quickly opened up a big gap there. And it's just stabilised over the last sort of 150. It's just begun to stabilise. This is where he really needs to go to work now. Keep working on that gap. Don't give them the confidence that they can start clawing their way back to you.
Looking very good, very relaxed, to be honest. Got 4 laps to go. No, 3 laps to go, 1,200 metres, 11:42. Dempsey sitting on the shoulder of Tom Wood. Indy tucked in behind, looking fairly comfortable as well. This is going to be a big burn-up. I'm sure Dempsey will be fairly confident. Henry Silverstein about 30 metres back.
Joe Massingham continues his push. kilometre to go. The clock just over 12 minutes.
So Massingham ran that lap in a 67, so that's only his PB pace. So as long as that initial surge wasn't too hard, there should be relatively comfortable running for Massingham. It's unlikely that either of those Oxford athletes are going to be able to reel him in if he can keep this up, because otherwise they would have gone with him.
I think that's fair comment to say, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how Dempsey deals with this in the closing stages, given his 4x4 coming up.
Yeah, I think as much as a hero as he might want to be, it would be ludicrous to try and catch Joe just for the chat. A 70 there from Joe, so slowing slightly, but certainly he's at least running as quick as the guys behind him, if not quicker.
Barnes maybe dropping a metre back now. 13 minutes on the clock, 800 to go.
The way Dempsey's running on the shoulder of Wood there, it's pretty clear that he's just waiting for his moment to pass by and start opening up a gap of his own. But Massingham now 80 metres in the lead. Silverstein's race is almost over.
80 metres, the lead for Massingham as he approaches the lap and a
Here's
half.
the stadium commentary using your commentary.
He'll have to close in about 1:33 for that 600. Does he fancy it?
I don't think that.
Have to ask him as he come round.
You're feeling like doing Denise Lewis interviews Paula. Denise Lewis interviews Paula in the marathon style situation. Trying to run alongside whilst he tries to close in a 1:32. 13:58 through the bell for Massingham. So we're looking at about 15:07 probably. Maybe a bit less.
Another 70 from Massingham.
As we approach the bell,
Dempsey and Tom Wood. Dempsey now moving through, taking the bell in 14:14.
again, one suspects the bare minimum, but it's been a brave run by the Oxford runner.
Tom Wood trying to stay with Dempsey here. Looks to be getting gapped fairly consistently now.
And the heroic Silverstein, with hardly any training behind him, still grinding this out. He is currently second place. Actually, he is first place second team runner. So Silverstein taking a big W off no training.
A big dub.
Dempsey just winding it up. I think he's done the sensible thing there. He would rather have a solid last 300 than have to really crank it in the last 150 neck and neck, which might damage his muscles in a way that they couldn't. Yes, Massingham.
Coming through to take the win in 15:08.
Celebrating like
Dempsey coming through, looking like about 15:20.
For the first time, Jeremy Dempsey comes home in second place.
15:21 and Wood coming in 15:23. Indy Barnes finishing off 15:28.
Is Tom Wood.
Henry Silverstein finishing it up and close to his 5K PB.
15:42 off 3 weeks training, you said.
Yeah.
You think you could do that?
I could do that. I think I could do that 3 weeks training. Not when it was my PB.
No.
I think I could do that off 3 weeks training. But that's very different when it's like compared to your PB at the time.
Solo as well,
yeah,
for
a lot
4K.
of it. Yeah.
Tom Kearns
Yeah.
coming in now, taking the cheers of the crowd, waving to the fans.
Yeah.
Looking like about 16:20 clocking again.
Yeah. Enjoying that sun.
Look at that stride. 16:20 on the nose. Beautiful running.
With the Harold Abrahams-esque dip through the line. Arms spread out behind him.
And the Oxford runner, who I'm not entirely sure of, is just about 200 metres out. Finishing it off. A gutsy performance from someone who I suspect was roped in fairly last minute due to COVID.
The 5K is really not the event to be doing off a last minute call up. You want to be ready. You want to be trained for a 5K. You can't fake it. A mile, you can get through a mile off natural speed and stuff, but You can't do a 5K on luck.
Tom Wood and Indy clapping in the Oxford runner. Cambridge runners appear to be less interested.
So, round about the same time as Phoebe Barker. Earlier in the day.
I'm going to leave you here, McGregor.
Great.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, cheers, man.
But I have some cheering to do in a 4x4.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. This is. Don't give me that. I don't need two. There's going to be all sorts of feedback.
So all 4x400 meter runners should be at the start finish line. A reminder,
Now.
the women's final will be taking place after this. We are still hoping to have a negative PCR test back in time.
Tom, get over here. Come for some chat.
Thank you.
Brave race there, man.
Yeah, cheers.
Went with the boys.
Yeah, well, I'd done my work earlier in the mile.
Yeah.
And, yeah, put that to bed. Then we discussed tactics beforehand. And, yeah, with the wind, we discussed that the Blues boys, they didn't want a quick race today, and they wanted the lead out to conserve as much energy. So, yeah, offered them up some 74s, what they asked for.
Yeah.
Went to the front.
How many did you get?
To be honest, I only actually got just over one, and then the Oxford boys wanted to be the windbreak.
Okay,
so
fair.
we were happy to let them at that point. So yeah, they saved me a bit of a job, and yeah, I just kept an eye on their chap running in the seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, made sure I wasn't gonna have to sprint or anything at the end, and
maximum points. Can't argue with that, can you?
no, exactly. Another 1-2 for Cambridge distance squad. So yeah, good day all round. Good day across all the events.
Have you so where did you actually finish? I saw a really strong finish in the mile. What place did you actually finish?
So I was ahead of their Blues guys.
Okay.
So I was just behind Pete and Dempsey. But yeah, well, I was going for the record, the seconds record,
Yeah.
4:18.2, and then that was off. We were a bit behind, a bit windy today. But yeah, I felt good. So 800 went past the Oxford Blues boys.
Yeah.
And then panicked a little bit about 3 laps in, and I thought I might actually have brought them back onto Pete Cameron.
Yeah.
So I knew the record was off, and then I followed instructions to slow down again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then let what's his name, Tommy Lee.
Yeah.
Lead out until the home straight. He came past, and yeah, I knew I had a kick left in me. So yeah, just saw off the W, and yeah.
Nice.
Good day all round.
Yeah.
Very happy.
So how do you feel about like that sort of match race situation where you've got like several competing goals for the end of the race? How does that compare to just like turning up to a Watford Wednesday and be like, right, just like let's run even pace, like 62s?
Yeah, it's fun. It's nice to have both. You want, there's days for running times, or there's days for having races, and that's the sort of, at our level of athletics, you don't often get sort of quite evenly contested races. So it's nice to have that, and also you have 2 athletes in the race. So even if you know that you're going to be racing someone, and making a race of it, so that's nice. Yeah, I know. I'm a big fan. I'm not sure I like having the Blues and the seconds match run together. I think
that's not been done before in the mile. I didn't think.
No. If they'd had seconds runners as well, it could have added an extra dimension. I mean, they normally have it in the 5,000, but it does allow you to sort of manipulate, like in that race there, where I was leading it out for them, and it was suited their tactics. Obviously, that's completely fine in terms of the race, but
yeah, no, I do like that aspect, especially with the 5K and the steeple.
Yeah.
Where you just like really mix in the tactics of the 2 teams.
Yeah.
But I think there is something almost special about that 2v2
2v2
in the mile.
Yeah, and it's a bit pure, and yeah, there was always going to be the dilemma today that obviously front running, especially on a windy day like today, it's going to cost the guy so much time. And if the quickest guy wants to try and run a record, they're going to be dependent really on a lead out. What they're going to want. And yeah, hero of the day, Pete Cameron.
Yeah.
Doing
What were
that
you
for
thinking
Jeremy.
watching that from behind? Were you tracking what they were doing, knowing that they were going for sub 4?
I knew I was sort of involved in the own race with like the Oxford guys and sort of sitting on them. So it wasn't really until, as expected, Pete Cameron was sort of started falling back towards us that I was sort of, had awareness of where either of them were in the race at the time. And yeah, it was at that point closing down on Pete, who'd honourably taken it out in a sort of 1:58.800.
Yeah.
That I was, didn't want to give Tommy Lee the toe in the wind back onto him. No, it's good. Yeah, the tactics, it adds an extra dimension that you don't often have in running, and sort of is so appreciated in other sports like cycling at the moment.
Yeah.
For anyone following the tour, I look forward to catching up on.
No
today.
spoilers in the chat, please.
No spoilers.
Right. Did you watch Tajay yesterday?
Oh, this is the one I was messaging the group chat.
Were you?
About.
Okay.
Yeah, Pogacar on that. Oh, I mean, when he put 3 minutes into Carapaz.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's been snacking on some burritos.
Yeah. He's definitely he's got a doctor who surname is a fast car.
Yeah.
In his corner.
What's his name? Stanley Bugatti? Or,
Yeah, I think it's that, yeah.
Oh. It is a shame. It is a shame, but I don't think it spoils the sport. I think having something to talk about in that way, and I respect people like him as an athlete.
Yeah.
As well as be able to hold that second thing in my head of he might well just be juiced to the eyeballs.
Yeah, I don't know if the next 2 weeks now it's just gonna be sort of his job done boring. But to be honest, if he is comfortably ahead and you just get some filth climbs, I just enjoy watching people set.
Yeah.
King of the Mountains.
Get the little meta games, they're just banter people going for rogue stage wins and
yeah, it was nice. The first week of this year's tour, fewer sprint stages with the time trial when it was, and a bit more categorized climbs.
Right,
it's nice.
Switching focus quickly now to the 4x400 meters. Often one of the most chaotic events on the track.
These people don't train handovers.
And they're up. Yes. Tom picked up on something very important there. These aren't necessarily your pure sprinters taking part in this event. We've got Louise Shalahan limbering up here. Louise, are you doing the 4? You're doing the 4. So Louise is doing a leg of the 4 relay, and then straight into the mile. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. This is not people primed for this event specifically. It's everyone throwing themselves in to do the best for the team. And that means we've got people who've never held a baton to run, never practiced the changeover, never tried to pace themselves over a 400. And if they have, they're used to doing it with fresh legs, not with 2 events in their legs already. The skeleton arms coming down the home straight. Cambridge taking it in the lead. And the Cambridge second team now. Yeah. Oxford have gone out well in the lead here. Tom, you must have run a few 4x4s in your day. Went back when you were a burly boy.
Yeah, I've definitely run a few. I mean, yeah, you've got so much time in the 400 that really it's not worth risking anything in the changeover. I mean, it's never smooth, but at this level, the half a second you lose is.
So I was hopeful here for the Cambridge Blues athlete because they did the same thing in the flat race of going out conservatively and then bringing it home in the home straight. But it looks like Oxford have been able to really increase their lead here.
It'll be interesting what Louise does because she'll be chasing the win, but she'll also have the mile race later. How much she saves.
Yeah. So it's going to be Louise Shalahan, soon to be Olympian, and soon to be competitor in the mile race here today, who will have some cost-benefit analysis to do whilst running this final 400-meter leg. That's almost over a 50-meter lead now for Oxford.
It might be too many meters.
Kearns, you must have watched enough flow track to know that it's never over in the 4x4.
It's true.
Anything's possible.
I've seen enough King Ches footage.
Yeah. I think that video of the epic comeback is from Ireland as well. Okay, so here we go. What is that now? 35 meters. Maybe I'm biased and I want it to be less. And here goes Louise. Nah, she's not messing around. 6 seconds she's got to make up. She's already got a race in her legs today. And she is not messing. Louise Shalahan is on the hunt. I would not want to be that Oxford runner, running scared, running blind. Shalahan is eating up that gap. She's running like it's going to give her energy for the mile later in the day. She's definitely going to get to her, but it's whether the Oxford athlete can respond. What is it like having an Olympian hounding you into the home straight? Here we go. Who wants him more now? This isn't about fitness. This is all in the mind. Here we go. Shalahan coming strong, showing it she wants it. Oh, it's very well run by both of those athletes. Do not underestimate how hard that is to be the one given the baton in the lead and then to be able to remain composed and save yourself to hold them off coming into the home straight. Great running from both those athletes. And Cambridge come in to win the seconds team. That's what the 4x4 is all about. It does not matter how big that gap is at the start. Another great race. What?
Or maybe like 27, but like something stupid.
That's ludicrous.
She won the 200 and the 400 in that race.
Really?
Wasn't she? Yeah. Like that
Yeah, I mean, she runs 25s in training, so I believe she went through in 26.
Wait, that's quicker than the Blues. Wow. Wow. That's what it takes to be an Olympian in a distance event. You cannot be slow. It's not about being slow and doing it for a long time. It's about being fast and doing it for a long time. A few years ago, the Cambridge team got in trouble because we put all the middle distance boys in the second team, and they won the event. So they got disqualified for beating the first team under accusations of sandbagging. But I think really well, I just think distance runners will run so much closer to their best when they're tired. And like, were the Cambridge PBs slower going in? My understanding was that. Oh, really? Okay.
Pete Cameron's looking very ready.
But I don't think it was him that won the race. It's because you had Billy Pinder, Zach Howe, and Josh Carr. Let's dig up old demons and have it out again. Right, Kernsey, do you reckon you can hold the fort whilst I take a nature break? Yeah, go for it. Just come out with some chat. Just talk about Harry Cox. That's what I go to. That's live, I think.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. I think they're still organising the men's 4x400 metre teams here. There's a lot of standing around. Oh, yeah. 5K results. Well, I can add extra insight. First place isn't Ryan Morgan. It should say Joe Massingham. In 15:08. Second place, Jeremy Dempsey. He had already ran the mile earlier today. A very hard mile, very respectable 4:09. Coming in third place was for Oxford as Tom Wood. Making his Varsity debut, fresh Indy Barnes. Came in at fourth in a respectable time of 15:28, which compares well for the future, and I'm sure we'll see him at Varsity matches in the future. And coming in first in the seconds match was Henry Silverstein, Cambridge, in a brand new PB of 15:42. And coming in sixth place, myself, seeing in the 1-2 in the seconds match. I was, feeling my own mile earlier a little bit. And in seventh, there was also another Oxford athlete. We don't have his name in the results. A very quick toilet break from McGregor Cox. We've just talked fans through the 5,000 meter results. How does Louise get ready for her mile race now?
Very, very interesting question. I think I would be thinking, like, you want to clear that lactate and you want to stop. You want to stop your legs getting stiff. Like
just some strides, easy.
The 50th subscriber to the channel from Beats by Ben. Congratulations. There's your shout out.
What channel are we on? Is it?
Have we got video of the race that we can access? There's a potential disqualification that we just want to confirm.
Ooh.
Just had rumours of a potential DQ from
Which
the
team?
women's 4x4. It would be the Oxford Blues which would be disqualified. And so, despite, well, it would seem like a shame if that final last lap was written off as null and void.
Athletes to watch here in this 4x4 for Oxford. You've got Maranga Makaya, won the individual men's 400 in a very close race, and also ran very well in the 400 hurdles. On Cambridge side, you've got Harry Cox, won the 800. He's got a very fast finish on him. Recently set a new lifetime personal best in the 800, 1:49.
He set his lifetime second best today, actually, with 1:52. So that just shows you how, like, you don't need to be constrained by your former times. You can smash PBs by, what is that? Was it a 6? Did he run a 6-second PB in the 800?
No. It was a 3-second PB.
3 second. Okay. So that's his third quickest time ever today.
Yeah.
But still, 3 seconds over an 800 as
And
a
a
PB,
windy day.
not bad.
Yeah.
He's not messing about, right? To put that in context, 1:51 is already well inside the blue standard.
Pete Cameron's not messing about. They call him the Edinburgh.
Oh, Will Parry's going to be in action, a live stream favourite. Who is Pete Cameron? Which international sporting legend is Pete Cameron? Raymond van Barneveld?
The Alverstones. Alverstone. Named after Lord Alverstone, famous Cambridge alumni. I don't have his PBs to hand, but sure he...
Someone can Google that. Stick it in the group chat. As always, guys, help us out.
Could drink a very fast pint or sherry.
Is this the dude who lived on the Isle of Wight?
I think there is a little town on the Isle of Wight called Alverstone.
Okay.
There was a pilgrimage made a few years back now. So, yeah, it sounds like we might have a DQ in the women's 4x400. I'm not sure whether that has any bearing on the match result today.
Louise split a 54-3 in the 400. Now, I'm not an expert on women's 400 meter running, but it's a lot quicker than I've ever run, so seems pretty fast to me. Louise, what's your 400 PB? Okay, you ran 54-3. That was pretty good.
I feel like Louise might be wanting a slow start to the mile.
Yeah. This does make things very interesting from the Oxford point of view in the mile. No?
We believe
I saw lots of jumping around celebrating that she got the test back.
There was at one point a whisper that Sam Brown might be making an appearance in the men's 4x4, but it doesn't appear as though he's here at the moment. He's been doing some very specialist training for the relays lately, some 100-meter reps on Strava. For
Oh, really?
Any followers? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
A lot of speed work.
I remember a certain... Did he do...
Sorry? Yeah. He's known for his kick in the 800.
Okay. The men's 4x400 meter relay. Sam Clark has already run 3 events today. Already won 3 events today. Will be leading off the Cambridge Blues team. Believe the Oxford Blues are on his inside, so they'll be able to hunt him down on this extended stagger. Wait, noticeable there how the Blues runners were much quicker out of the blocks. And Brown, the Cambridge athlete, already extending his stagger lead. Yeah, he looked around there. That's interesting that he would look. Is that because he's judging his effort, or is he worried he's overcooked it? Let's see. As we said, a big mixture of athletes involved in this event. Some pure sprinters, some hurdlers, some middle distance guys.
15-meter lead coming into the home straight. Moving into this first.
We didn't need to worry about Brown's condition. He's dominating this leg. Pressure now. Pressure now on Cambridge to maintain that. Will parries off, apparently. Being hunted down by Peter Cameron. Doubling back from that epic effort in the mile race to get Dempsey through. Pete Cameron!
Pardon?
Pete Cameron!
Pete Cameron? It's not Pete Cameron, is it? Yeah. Anyway, we have Oxford chasing them down.
That is Pete Cameron, despite the uncertainty.
And it looks like
the naysayers.
Cambridge's second team is struggling somewhat. I hope we haven't had another instance of a dubious selection ruining things. No, it doesn't look like that's the case. A strong run from Max Buckley to take things through, and he hands over to Isaac Rushworth. Harry Cox, winner of the 800, chasing him.
Ryan McCauley takes over in the Cambridge seconds.
Speed versus strength.
Ryan McCauley takes over in the Cambridge seconds.
So we have 2 800-meter runners. Who's the stronger?
Right, Harry Cox is on the hunt here.
No other racing done.
He's got perhaps just about the perfect amount to make up. If you're a racer, this is where you'd want to be, within striking distance, coming in to 150. When it starts to hurt, you've got something to peg your motivation on, something to look at other than inside yourself, at just how much you want to stop. He's coming back at him now. Getting it ready for that handover. He's really reeled in that gap and carries the momentum through. So on the takeover, Cox was able to deliver Cambridge into the first position. And now his middle distance training partner, fellow CHH Elite Instagram page admin, Jeremy Dempsey, takes up the baton and begins another hunt into the distance. His stride length is matching those of the pure sprinters ahead of him. And Dempsey will be much more accustomed to the fatigue that he's feeling at this point in the day. Running up to 2,400 meters in a day would be nothing to Dempsey. But now, the big boys are coming down the front straight. Here we go. Who's got it? Who wants it more? Once again, the Oxford athlete showing that he's got what it wants when it comes to a close finish. You do not want to give him a sniff in the home straight, because he'll make you pay. You really can't take that away from him again and again.
I was at Durham with Maranga. Yeah. Very good athlete. Very good athlete. Yeah. He also is a high jumper as well. 190.
Yeah, he won the high jump today. Yeah.
Presentations will have to take place outside of Lee Valley in the car park, which I feel is a perfect metaphor for this year. Last race on the track, the women's mile. Can I please recommend that, along with watching and cheering, everyone make sure that you have everything that you brought, everything together, so that we don't spend too long extricating ourselves from Lee Valley and we can do a presentation outside.
And just while we wait for the ladies' mile to get underway, for the athletes to get onto the track, can I just have a round of applause for the officials that have helped out today, that have given all of their time, and also an appreciation for the people that have helped put this match on. It's been a great strain to certain individuals, and it's part of the spirit of this match that we see it. So thank you to all of the officials that have given up their time.
Yeah. Okay, so this women's mile race has just become extremely interesting. Louise Shalahan earlier today broke the meeting record in the 800 meters, winning in 2:06. She then came back about 10 minutes ago to demolish her own 400 meter PB, running a 54, a time which would have won her the 200 meters today from her 200 meter split in that race, which was around 26, and the 400 meters. And she now has to carry that fatigue into the mile race with 10 minutes is being generous. Less than 10 minutes ago, she finished that race.
And that is why we reorganised the mile, because we have a negative PCR test confirmed. So Alex Shipley will be racing in the mile. Fantastic news.
So a last moment piece of drama to add into that is that Alex Shipley has had a negative PCR test and will be able to race. The whole reason that we've had this race is the last event. Will, apparently, yes. That's what we've just heard. We are still waiting for Shipley to appear. But this must be a bizarre situation for an athlete to be in. Like, normally, you want to be in perfect control of your preparation the 24 hours before a race, but potentially carrying COVID, then getting the negative test at the last moment. But sometimes that's something else to think about, take your mind off the race. That can be helpful. This will be really interesting to watch, though, how they go out. Will the Oxford athletes try to exploit Shalahan's fatigue that will be both acute from that 400, medium term from the 800 earlier in the day, and chronic from a long season traveling around Europe, collecting points to qualify for the Olympics? Every delay here is playing right into Cambridge's hands. The odds only swing in Cambridge's favour with more delays. So that does look like to me that Shipley is on the start line. Okay, they're underway. Oxford go to the front, as would be expected. In fact, they're allowing Shalahan to take the lead. But she slowed so much that Shipley is forced to the front. There really is only one way for Oxford to play this. They've got to make this hard, unless they're scared of Barker.
Please feel free up to lane 6. Let's get some volume. Last race of the day. Probably the last time we'll ever hold this match at Lee Valley. Hopefully. In the nicest possible way. It's been lovely.
Oh, fair play. Fair play.
Alex Shipley, fresh off a negative PCR test at 18:01, is leading the women's mile from the front at 18:05.
So Shipley is extending a lead here. We've just heard that Alex Brown has actually run the same events today as Shalahan, and so that may be playing into Oxford's tactics.
Varsity, possibly ever in the women's 4x400 meters, and now has a mile. This is an excellent session, excellent preparation for Tokyo.
God. Athlete has just run through the electronic timing system, which will stress the officials out. Now Shipley, who was a last-minute entrant to this race, is really extending a lead, a really unprecedented lead in a mile race, although that being said, this is a noticeable difference between men and women's middle distance running, is that front running in women's races is a much more common and successful tactic compared to men's races, which tend to be more consistently sit and kick. But it's potential here that Cambridge are just running for the 2-3. But Shipley's been out on her own for a while now.
Got some fallers. Got fallers. Can we have first
The
aid
pain is
going
starting
on
to
the
show
back?
on her face. Through in 2:30. Shalahan seems to have dropped out. Oh, she fell. Shalahan fell.
I repeat, can we have first aid to the home straight?
Okay, let's just hope everyone's all right. I mean,
Can we please treat this with sensitivity?
Yeah. Did she fall or was she?
If possible, we want to try and keep minimal contact.
okay, we're just taking a little moment here. It appears that Louise Shalahan has fallen. Just trying to make sure that she's okay. There are people with her.
Sorry, please. Can all athletes racing? Can we please actually stop the race? I think this is potentially serious, and I know Alex, please, we're stopping the race. Phoebe, please, we're stopping the race. All athletes, please, we're stopping. We need to. When athletes down in lane 1, we can't carry on in this way. And I hope this is nothing serious. I hope this is fatigue and nothing else. Let's treat it with sensitivity. Hope everything is okay.
So we've had the race stopped here. One of the athletes has collapsed on the track. It is Louise Shalahan. Yeah. She has done a lot today. No. It does appear that there is first aid with her. I'm sorry that I can't bring people more information at this
Can
time.
everyone else please continue? The match is finished. We're going to move to the car park where presentations, etc. will take place. Louise is conscious. It's like we think it's okay, but we give her time and space.
Have you turned it off for? I was just going to quickly say thanks to Johnny, but don't worry. Oh, right, yeah.
One last thing though, before we leave, please can we have a round of applause for all the officials who've done an absolutely fantastic job in incredibly stressful circumstances in putting together a match which 48 hours ago was cancelled. Thank you so much to everyone.
Just saying a massive thank you to all of the officials that have made it possible to put on a match in 48 hours. It's pretty impressive stuff. That's the end of the match. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Johnny, who you can see here with the laptop. Johnny's been working tirelessly all day to make sure that this has run smoothly. I hope that you've enjoyed the stream. McGregor has just run off. You saw him in the interviews earlier. Massive thanks to McGregor as well. And yeah, it's been great. I think it's probably the best stream we've ever done for any Varsity or possibly any Cambridge event. So yes, I think we're going to have to get you back next year, whether spectators are allowed or not. But yeah, massive thank you to everyone watching at home. Thanks for the interaction, and yeah, have a great day.